Good morning, traders. Anthony Crudele here, and welcome to NinjaTrader Live on this Tuesday morning. Joining me in studio is our senior economist, Tracy Shuchart. Good morning, Shai.
Good morning, all.
Our market strategist, Craig Shapiro.
Good morning.
And on the big screen, looking happier and better than ever, really, our senior market strategist, Jimmy Cagnina. Good morning, Jimmy.
Good morning, Dolly, Shai, Craig. It's another glorious day on the island, and we have some markets that are moving today.
Yeah, a little bit. And good morning, chat, of course. Hope everyone is doing well. Let's go to the headlines right away, Shai.
Yep. So yesterday I spoke about the NVIDIA and OpenAI deal, that $100 billion deal. Spiked NVIDIA's price 6%. Ridiculously, but it seems that there are kind of more questions than answers on this deal. It's not immediately clear whether NVIDIA planned to invest in OpenAI's nonprofit entity or whether it plans to depend on OpenAI's conversion to public benefit corporation. So we don't know about that. We also don't know if this affects other chip makers. It kind of raises questions whether AMD, which is aiming to compete with NVIDIA in selling chips to OpenAI, and others will have a chance of selling chips to other AI companies. And then the regulators are worried about this deal, saying it may breach on antitrust laws. So we'll see what happens with that. We have the Apple iPhone 17 line wins by returning focus to hardware. This is important because the sales are much better than anticipated, and Apple is up on the year. They have lagged the Mag 7, so now we have all Mag 7 in the green this year after that news. Then we have U.S.-China talks for huge Boeing aircraft order and the final stages. So we'll see what happens about that. And then I guess Trump tweeted last night that Uzbekistan is also buying Boeing planes. So we do see that stock firm this morning. And then we have interesting, remember we talked about the wipeout of $1.5 billion wipeout in crypto yesterday. And so now we're kind of seeing this in the options market. And it seems there's a wide range here. We've got 95,000 wagers on Bitcoin and $140,000 on Bitcoin. So they're saying because of the options positioning, we could see a lot more volatility in this market.
Specifically in crypto, you're saying more volatility? Yeah.
This is, well, specifically in Bitcoin, just because of how the options are, because of where the strikes are and the amount. So they're saying that we could see some more volatility in the Bitcoin market. Then we also have, and since we do have beef initiative today, we have some news in the cattle world. We have Denmark plans to roll out the world's first cow burp tax. By 2030, they're going to penalize farmers for each ton of carbon dioxide emitted from raising cows and pigs starting in 2030 as they aim to reduce emissions by 70% to 1990 levels. So we'll see how that turns out. Then
news is getting pretty thin, Shai. News is getting pretty thin.
Then the other things notable, we have Micron reports after the bell tonight. We have Powell today at 12:35 p.m. And then we also have Trump speaking at the UN.
At some point, it's going to be like, Judge Dredd, where if you burp in public, you're going to get,
they're going to fine you.
Yeah, exactly. Craig, what caught your eye overnight?
I don't know how you follow. I don't know how you follow cow burps. I don't know how you can follow that. Yeah, look, I guess once again I led with it yesterday, but the one thing from the overnight session is precious metals and gold again. Another 1% move up in gold. And, look, does it portend something nefarious? What is going on? It's just, it's a bull market in gold. We've been talking about it, for weeks, months. This fundamental story is good. Is it overbought? Yes, on a short-term basis, but the story is still very much intact. I mean, gold's only about a $25 trillion market cap asset class, and a third of it is controlled by central banks. And so, the private sector ability to get gold is, it's harder. You have $150, $200 billion sovereign bond market. So as we continue to shift out of long-term duration sovereigns, whether it's in the U.S. or Japan or Europe, the U.K., because of all the deficit expansion that's going on, more and more investors are finding solace in gold as a hard asset and as a store of value. So I think that underlying momentum remains, and China continues to buy as well. So, that I think that remains. While equities are as firm and as they've been, gold just kind of continues to move higher, and it's best performing asset class this year.
Yeah, and it's funny, talking about gold being overbought. I look at gold, and when I was looking at it, like on the COT chart, and just like in general, because it's a commodity and there is a global demand. So there's a real supply and demand issue. I actually think gold is less overbought than equities, right? Like when I look at equities, just because I've been trading equities for, it's been a long time. What this feels like to me, one of the most overbought equities markets I've ever seen. Just because I understand it's this AI story, but how much is AI added to the overall stock market? It was, I think you said it the other day, Shai, is like $20 trillion, something like that. I'm probably wrong on whatever I'm saying. I don't remember where we were, but like, it's just like, okay, I get it. I mean, they're just so pricing this in. Gold to me, again, when I look at gold, if I was a short-term day trader still, this is the market I'd be attached to, because this is the market that's got fundamentals and it has technicals with it. Equities kind of do, but there's so many cross currents in equities, they never move in a linear fashion for too long. It's not always true, right? But in reality, I look at gold and silver and say, those are moves I would be less inclined to want to fade than equities, just because of that kind of thought process. And I do think that equities, one thing before we get to Jimmy, I wanted to ask you about VIX upticking right now. Does it mean anything?
Yeah, I shot you that message late in the day yesterday. If you squinted, you could maybe see some of the divergences in the trading yesterday, which, first day after expiry, the VVIX was up, the VIX was up, the meme stock index was down, regional banks were down. There was some divergence yesterday. Big tech kind of held in there because of that OpenAI, NVIDIA news, but some of the lower parts of the K-shaped economy related stocks that we've been talking about, were showing signs of strain. And so I think the way that we've talked about this unwinding some of the euphoria in the equity market is for VIX to start going back up again, because vol control funds are very much invested already. CTAs are basically all in. And so as realized vol and implied vol starts to creep higher, some of that systematic money starts to come out. And we've increased the probability that this other stuff we've been talking about with respect to the Fed, with respect to the slowing economy, can start to matter. So, day one of it yesterday, but we'll see how the rest of the week goes. But Powell speaks today. I think that will be, he spoke last week. Not much is going to change, but we get to hear kind of from his voice, the pace of rate cuts that he's comfortable with. And I think that's important after Steve Myron spoke yesterday and kind of gave a very dovish presentation about why he and the president think, yields should be materially lower than they are now.
Yeah, I think when Powell speaks, when it's not FOMC, it gets a little more interesting because he does talk a little bit more of like what he personally thinks versus what the overall Fed is. It's just a different thing. Going to you, Jimmy, you heard us talk this morning. I'm going to quickly go over the board and talk about what's happening overnight. S&P down nearly $3, big mover. I saw you put a tweet out this morning, low volume again. We'll get to you on that. NASDAQ down $11. Russell's up $4, Dow's up 48. Natural gas down 24 ticks. You've got crude oil up 70 cents, so it kind of bounced again from the bottom part of that range. We'll probably take a look at that in a little bit. You've got gold is up $38 again, as Craig said, it's up 1%. You've got silver up 0.75%, up 32 ticks. Platinum is up $45 today, up over 3%. Metals just keep meddling. And then you've got, bonds up a little bit today, up 6 ticks on 30s, ultras, and 30s, and then you've got the short, the short end is up modestly a few ticks. 10-year yield comes in this morning at 4.125. No big deal. We were all talking about, at least I was saying, we probably get below 4 handle. I think it briefly did, and then got right back above 4%. And the dollar is modestly bid up against euro, yen, and Swissy, and I mean like a tick. So really not a lot there. Jimmy, what'd you see in the overnight?
I mean, the really amazing thing to me, I looked at the stock index futures first as usual, and the range, the overnight range, and we're talking 10, 11 handles in the S&P, 52, 55 handles in the NASI. The range was so tight, it was like it was flatlined across my screen, and I was scratching my head. I thought maybe my data was broken. But there's no range overnight. Nothing happened. We're sticky at the top part of it. And then if you kind of look at the volumes, I mean, the micro E-mini S&P is an example, is only done about 78% of what it usually does from a volume point of view at this point in the day. All the stock index futures are off that mark. Now the Russell is trying to break out a little bit, so it is kind of raising its hand. Hey, look at me! I'm the shiny coin right now. So we'll keep an eye on the Russell to see if that continues. But right now, I think it's kind of anticipatory. That was kind of number one. I was very surprised. Number two, though, and I'll cover this in the Edge report. There's some interesting stuff going on in the bond market. We do have a bullish engulfing candle brewing right now. I'm not sure that's going to result in any major move, but I'll talk about that at the Edge report.
And Jimmy, I mean, we've been doing this a long time. I don't watch volume the way that you do. Can you remember a time coming out of rollover and going into the fourth quarter where it's like, I mean, it feels like they turned the lights off this thing? It's kind of eerie, weird. I mean, I don't know. I'm just curious, like from personal experience, what you think.
Yeah, no, absolutely right. I mean, and don't forget, we had a Fed action last week, and in middle September, we usually have these things happen all at the same time, and it's like, hey, it's game on. Let's party. Let's go ahead and get in there and do some trading. And right now, it's like it's eerily quiet. I'm a little worried actually about the equity market. It's so quiet. Yeah. We get these tops that flatten out and these dips, and then the rally again. But this time, it seems a little scary.
Yeah, Shai, you wanted to talk about some stuff we were talking about with platinum and maybe with oil. What's going on there?
Yeah, I mean, we do have oil is up today. It's really led by heating oil and RBOB because Russia announced that they were stopping, they were continuing their gasoline export ban, and now they're adding diesel to their export ban because of the refineries that have gotten hit from Ukraine, and it's hurting domestic production of those, so that's what we're led up. But it's really interesting that that 6150 area keeps getting bought, right? Because that's our kind of line in the sand. Where we start seeing production come offline if we spend any length of time below that area. And so once again, that area was bought, and I've been saying, crude hasn't been a huge mover, but it's been so range bound. You can play those ranges with relatively tight stops. It'll work until it doesn't, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy to me how tight the crude oil markets is. I mean, overall markets in general, besides metals. Again, and I've been saying this, I don't even know how many months in a row here on NinjaTrader Live. The market for day traders this year has been the metals market, bottom line. I mean, the equities market, don't get me wrong. Look, there's always some movement in NASDAQ. I think that's why, obviously, most of the day traders are moved over there from the S&P. When you get the S&P, like what Jimmy said, a real tight range, it becomes less tradable. There's just, there's less point opportunities per se, right? So I think that, so it doesn't mean that there's less opportunities in the S. It's just, it just doesn't move as much. But when it gets this quiet, it is kind of like what is going on? I mean, Craig, what do you make of it?
Yeah, I mean, zero data expiry options in S&Ps are the biggest flow every single day. And it's, 65, 70% of option volumes, and they're trading at such, very small increments. And so I was just looking yesterday, volume at the top, 200,500 of the SEP 22nd, which was yesterday, 6,700 calls traded. 200,000 lots of that contract for the zero data expiry traded yesterday for yesterday. Realized losses for zero data expiry sellers yesterday, but that little move at the end of the day where we didn't get to 6,700, 165 million. It was actually one of the worst days for zero data expiry sellers that we've seen in the last several weeks. And so that's the type of thing that I think, to your point, if we start to see some losses developing in the zero data expiry space, then you start to get these guys pull back a little bit, right? But for now, that's been just a vol selling and zero data expiry has just been a consistent ring the cash register machine every single day. And you see it, right? We come down in the morning, and then by the end of the day, we settle into some range, and then the zero data expiry guys can go and plow in there, try to make five handles, whatever it is. And so that's the biggest flow. Until we can really overwhelm that with some fundamental news and some realized volatility picking up, it's boring, right? Yeah. But what we wind up having is idiosyncratic moves. And so yesterday we have the OpenAI NVIDIA story that takes NASDAQ up, Russell underperforms, right? This morning we'll get maybe some of that check back on NVIDIA, Russell's outperforming because the S&P is locked in at some very tight range. But it really is going to need some sort of fundamental catalyst, to kind of bring us out of that. Maybe Powell today, at this afternoon can shake the tree a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, I also think back to the beginning of this year. The volatility was sucked out of the market for 2025 after the tariff talk, right? And it's like I've been in these vacuums before where you have these major events and then it's just really a doldrum for a period of time. It could be like that for months or even years. I mean, I go back to recently we had 9/11. I'll never forget 9/11. It was like super busy when we came back, and then it was like for years we had no ranges. I mean, it was just like, now obviously it's just a different time. But the thought process is like you had this massive amount of volatility, you had this market pullback, and then it kind of gets in this slow, grindy move higher. And it's like, I remember like it was yesterday, I was, still a younger trader at that point in time, and I was just like, how do I adapt to this really slow environment? Then obviously 06, 07, and 08 had come years down the road. And I'm not saying that that's what's going to happen, but I also, because I've seen it, this could be what it is for a while. So I think, again, if I'm a short-term day trader, if I'm back at my screens like I was in those days, every day looking at the computer, I'm trading metals, man. I don't know what else to say about this because that's where the volatility is. And when you are looking at futures markets, because we are a leveraged market, everybody, like there's going to be times where indexes are the play, and there's going to be times where they're out of the play. They're out of it. They're not the play, right? And so, that took me a while to kind of figure out, like even bond markets moving more than the S&P. I mean, even they're rotating, like there's a trade there. Right now, crude oil and equities are out of favor, and I know that they are like, always the most popular, but. Yeah,
no, I was going to say, if you think about it, this administration is as savvy as ever with respect to trying to suppress volatility, right? They understand how markets work. The Treasury Secretary is a market participant, right? And so he knows keeping markets and vol suppressed really helps the administration. So they do whatever they can to keep vol suppressed. With respect to crude, they have no desire to see crude move higher. And so they talk that market down consistently. So they're keeping vol low there.
Exactly.
And equities, they want to keep moving higher. So, they're trying to do whatever they can to keep vol suppressed there. The Treasury Secretary talks about the bond market. He's trying to do what he can to, talk that market down. What does this all lead to? This leads to this idea from traders of the Fed and the administration has your back. That's more money printing. That's dollar bearish. That's why metals are where the volatility outlet is showing itself. And so I think it kind of logically makes sense. They don't care as much about. They're fine with gold moving higher. They're fine with platinum moving higher. So it's irrelevant. They're fine with Bitcoin moving higher too. These are areas they're happy to see volatility move higher, and if investors want to chase those returns and improve their own wealth that way, great. That doesn't affect the administration, what the administration is trying to do. So it all kind of logically makes sense. The question for us is where can it be disrupted, right? If we got a geopolitical event that took the crude market higher, right? That's an area where volatility could start to fester. Unlike it is, and that might filter into the bond market, may filter into equity market. So I think we need to find, if we're looking for reasons for this volatility to become dislodged, that's where we got to look.
Yeah, and again, I mean, I go back to these vacuums where it sucks the volatility out of the equities market. And again, you talk about these systematic flows. We talk about what zero DTEs, how much they're impacting the market. It is really a time where I think we're all anticipating, the market to kind of get back to where it was, but because of where it came from with such a busy market, a lot of times it stays quiet longer is what I'm trying to get at. And it's I know that's not what everyone wants to hear, but again, that's why we cover multiple markets. Yeah. And it reiterates what we've talked about a lot here is crypto and gold. This is metals and cryptocurrency right now are where the volatility is going to be. Shai talked about it this morning with more options and stuff too.
Yeah, and Anthony, also the other thing that it gets in people's minds, right? We have these really tight ranges in the stock index futures. Most traders are trading the stock index futures. So the natural inclination is to say, all right, I'm just going to increase my leverage because I want to make my money. I'm going to increase my leverage. So now I'm going, as an example, if I'm a 2-lot ES trader, now I'm going to get out of my comfort zone. I'm going to start doing 4 or 5 lots. And if I don't adjust my stops or think about where my risk management is, I can get into trouble really quickly, even in a tight market. So it does affect kind of the mentality of lot sizing when you're happy go lucky, moving on with the 2 lots. Now all of a sudden you're up to 4 lots. And that's just an example on the numbers.
No, I think you're spot on, Jimmy. And how many years have you seen that, sitting behind watching traders do this in this type of environment? And again, every morning, our team tries to help you guys understand the market environment. So when you come into the day, you're just focused on your strategy, you're focused on your process. But understanding the market environment, I've never been a successful trader until I understood it. Bottom line. It doesn't matter how short-term of a scalper you are. If you think you shouldn't understand what's happening in the bigger picture. I've always said, just because I've lived it, that's just nonsense. Because when I came in as a trader in the late 90s, all of the locals taught me be a buyer. Then 99 comes into 2000, right? Now all of a sudden I have to learn how to be like a short seller. Then 9/11 comes, right? And it's like, what is this? Every day it's news. And then all of a sudden after 9/11, it came into a doldrum of years. People do not remember what the end of, let's call it, the end of after 9/11, probably December, January, all the way through to like probably, I'm not kidding, 06 was nothing. I mean, we used to come in every day. It was like automatic. It was just, we had 10-point ranges in the S&P, but it was not really very busy. I really kind of built my career during that time because I was able to, the market just did very little. But again, you have these cycles of the markets, and I learned how to become a better scalper. So when 06, 07, and 08 came around, I was like, man, this is but very similar to 9/11. This is similar to the bubble that I experienced in 99, 2000. So there's different environments, and I learned how to be able to take more from the market when that environment became conducive to my strategy. That's the difference. You need to learn how to think as a trader. You need to learn how to withstand through all of these different times. And that's what we try to build every morning. And right now, I continue to say, when I look at the equity markets, I write it in my note all the time, small and smart, just grind through this, just exist through it. You don't need to be too much of a hero right now. Be small, be smart, put some winners up, just make some money. I don't care what you see on social media, because I don't care how many people are getting payouts and all this nonsense. I will guarantee you, if we pulled all the broker statements from most of these people, it is not what it looks like. This is a grinding time in equity markets. So become a grinder, embrace the environment for what it is. And getting back to it, I really do think this is I still think we're going to have somewhat of a two-way tape up here. I know that equities continue to keep pushing higher, but we should see some rotation. We've only got a minute left before we get to Jimmy with the Edge Report. Final thoughts for you today, Craig?
Yeah, I mean, earnings will matter, I think, this time. We've got Micron after the close. As we push through the end of this week and into October, it's earnings season. And so, we're not going to get much more in the way of multiple expansion in equity markets, given this bond market move we've already had. So earnings have to deliver. And if they do, it will be smooth sailing into the end of the year. The rally will have broadened out. Russell will outperform. And we'll have the Santa Claus effect early this year. But if we don't, and if earnings start to slide, because what we've already started to see with some of the strain in the low-end consumer and maybe some of the tariff pre-buying, then you don't have multiple expansion and you don't have the earnings growth reacceleration. Then you're in for a much more choppier to downside, downward market, for October and beyond. So.
Exactly. Shai, data for today, and what are we looking at? Also, preview of our guest.
Yes. So for data for today at 8:30, we have Philadelphia Fed non-manufacturing activity, not a market mover. 9:45 a.m. potential market mover. We have S&P Global, U.S. Manufacturing PMI, and Services PMI. So be aware during that 9:45 a.m. and 10, we have Richmond Fed Manufacturing Index, not a market mover. So really today we need to look at 9:45 and 12:35, which is Powell, are going to be the two big events today.
Powell.
And then for a guest, we have RS June from Beef Initiative, and we're going to dig into the cattle market and what's going on there.
Oh, I love it. I can't wait. I love talking about the cattle market. It's always fun for me. I started as, I was running orders in the cattle pit. That's where I started.
Nice.
So, all right, it's about that time, everybody. Take it away, Jimmy, for this morning's Edge Report.
All right, we're going to start with the E-mini S&P today, and I have a daily candle chart up on the screen right now, and I just wanted to kind of point out the obvious. Every time we have a rally, we have some sort of swing high, some sort of consolidation. Now, sometimes this consolidation goes for days and days, and sometimes it doesn't. Back here at the beginning of July, you could see it did go for several days, and we broke out, made a new high, and then new swing high, some consolidation, retracement, rally. Consolidation, retracement, rally, consolidation, retracement, rally, rinse and repeat. And so right now we're kind of we have a little baby candles today so far, not a lot of movement. This is an aggressively sloping upward trend channel right now, a little bit of a pause going on. So on my radar screen is like, okay, maybe we're going to have this next little rectangle, this next little consolidation with perhaps a little bit of a pullback down. We'll see how today develops, especially after Chair Powell. But otherwise, this is looking pretty darn strong. Intraday, Craig was talking about those zero DTEs. We have right in the middle of this chart, we have that zero DTE call resistance and gamma wall, courtesy of Mentor Q, 67.50. And just about every single candle today traded through it. Really tight range, as we talked about before, only 11 handles, which is surprising. So we'll see if this lasts all the way till Powell talks. Who knows? I know PMI is coming up too, which could be a mover. Let's kind of move over to the Treasury bond market and the Treasury note market. I was looking at those this morning. And, we have a really nice retracement, right? We have this rally off of these lows here early September, all the way to that peak FOMC wick, did a little bit of a fib work right here. And we're between the 50% retracement and the 38%. We're sitting right on that 21 EMA, almost into the rotation zone, just a little bit of a bid up here. We'll be between that 8 and that 21 right now. That whole bullish engulfing I talked about a couple of minutes ago is gone on the daily chart. Stochastics are sloping down again. So we'll see if this does the opposite of what the equities are doing. In other words, will there be some sort of consolidation sideways going forward here? Cash yields this morning was at 4.748. My guess it's a little bit higher now after that sell-off that we just saw on this candle here on an intraday chart. We have that high vol level at 116.16. And then above that for the bulls, R2 would be the next step up right here, approximately 116.26. And then we have that 1 day min all the way up here at 116.31. Should we get a trend day? Those targets are great from Mentor Q. On the downside, we have some targets as well. Previous sessions lows, 1601. Put support again for zero DTE at 16 even, and then S1 just south of that at 1530. Shooting over to the Bitcoin. Pull that guy up 6.68% so far. You wouldn't notice it from the daily candle here. We have a doji inside bar all around. The most important part of this chart, I feel like, is two things. One, we're trading below trend right now. This is the trend line that started again early September. And now the moving averages are all getting close, like a bowl of spaghetti. We got the 8, the 21, the 50. They're all converging together, starting to move sideways right now. And again, we're south of that 31.8% retracement. Stochastics are looking kind of grim right here. So right now, pause on the Bitcoin. We'll see if we get any movement. Intraday, we do have some targets as well. Keep in mind, there's that 0 DTE gamma 1 call resistance again at 1300 even. We're just north of that. We're north of the session VWAP as well. JAX 2 kind of, I don't know if it's defining the top of the conversation, but we're pretty high up there right now on the JAX 2 being kind of important. Call resistance, 1500 way up there right by that R1. For the Bears, we're talking JAX 1 down here at 111,800. That's about right. And then below that, we have a lot of targets here. We got that S1, we have that high vol level as well. And keep in mind, we have less than a 2,000 point range in the micro Bitcoin again this morning. And this might sound like a lot. It's not. It's very tight, again, just like the equity markets. So that is this morning's Edge Report. Back to you, Deli, Shai, and Craig.
All right, Shai, quick preview of our guest.
We have RS June from the Beef Initiative. They work with farmers to decentralize, and we're going to learn about the cattle market and why prices are exploding right now.
Beef, baby. All right, let's bring in RS June.
Hey, how y'all doing?
Doing great. Now listen, nobody could come on this show and talk beef if they don't say y'all. I mean, that was the rule. He did it right out of the gate, Shai.
If we don't say what now, yeehaw?
No, y'all. You could say yeehaw too, yeah. But RS, great to meet you.
You too. Thanks so much for having me.
So let's talk about beef prices. We put a tweet out yesterday. I said bullish. Well, I think everything's bullish right now. Not really everything, but I mean, ultimately, I looked at the chart. I haven't chanced to look at feeders and live cattle for a while. When I look at it, it's that trend is just as steady as she goes. I mean, it almost looks as strong as gold, and it is the gold of foods. Maybe it is, but what's going on in the cattle market?
Well, we're not specialists in market trading or anything like that, but what we are specialists in is in helping family farmers get market access and helping educate consumers about, what exactly that means. So before we get into the prices, which I will get to in a minute, I put out a post yesterday tagging you guys about the feeder cattle futures. And we'll get back to that in a second. But I just want to give you guys a little bit of context here. So in the timeline of the beef industry, let's go back to 1984 real quick. We had 1.3 million beef cow farms and ranches. Flash forward to 2025, we've had 52% loss. We only have a little over 500,000 farms left. 1984, 37 million beef mother cows. 2025, 28.7 beef mother cows. That's a 25% loss. In 1984, we had 113,000 feedlots, many of them independent, which helped decentralize our market and helped ranchers be able to, negotiate prices a little bit better because they had more options to sell their cattle. Flash forward to 2025, we have 26,000 left. That's a 77% loss. Most of those have been consolidated into the big four. That would be JBS, National Beef, both from Brazil, Tyson, and Cargill, and they now control 80% of the fed cattle slaughter. So that's a little bit of context, just so you guys sort of know what's happened over the years, why beef has gotten so damn expensive. That has a lot to do with it. So I put out a post yesterday, last night late. Feeder cattle futures just hit 360 per hundredweight on announcement of the New World screwworm being only 70 miles from the Texas border. Now, what's that mean? The New World screwworm, it mostly propagates itself through via the flies. These flies can travel up to, I believe it's 250 miles. So if it's 70 miles south of the border, you can pretty much just say that it's here, right? This is not good. It's decimated our entire herd back in the, I want to say like 50s or 60s. Don't quote me on a year. I forget exactly, but it decimated the herd. We are currently at the lowest herd volumes in history in the past 50 years, and now New World screwworm is making its way back here. So the cattle futures hit 360 per hundredweight on that movement, but we really focus on supporting independent and family farmers. So we want to put that into context a little bit. Now, just because y'all are paying, traders are paying 360 per hundredweight on, on these trades, smaller ranchers on the future stuff, smaller ranchers are still, which means a smaller rancher is someone with less than 500 head. They're still only getting $325 to $340 per hundredweight. So these packers are taking everything, right? They're 85% of the cattle at these in the cattle industry are locked into what are called captive contracts. So essentially, the big four purchases cattle before they get to the feedlot, and they purchase it for a set price, and the ranchers have no negotiation ability. Now, why can't they just say, screw those guys, I'm going to go do it myself, I'm going to go find someone else to buy this? Well, as I just told you, we've had 80% of our feedlots, independent feedlots, have gone under since 1984. So, that's just a little bit of context about why things are the way they are currently, why beef prices are so high. And if we're going to do something about this situation from our perspective, we need to decentralize the cattle industry, and we need to invest in our local producers, feedlots, and any organizations that are helping to turn this situation around. The two major packers are from Brazil, BRICS, right? I mean, these are literally our enemies. So, yeah, I guess that's a good intro to sort of capture what's going on right now in the cattle industry.
Anytime first of all, thank you so much for that. I think historically, for a lot of people that are new to cattle futures, which is probably 99.9% of the audience here, which is awesome. I love that. Understanding the history of it and where we are today and where we came from, I think is extremely important. So I really appreciate that. First thing that I think of, and maybe we could share our screens real quick, is I go to COT data because COT data, I mean, this is what it was originally for. I mean, commodities, right? And when you look at what's happening here, you've got large speculators, the most bought, the most long they've been, and really been consistently long for a good period of time. Again, if I looked at this chart, it almost would look like what's happening in the gold market, and that's in the live, and then we go to the feeders. What's interesting on the feeders, and I wanted to talk to you about this is the most they've been in 5 years, like really, really long. The large speculators are the most long they've been. I don't even know. I don't have data back beyond 5 years right now up here. It's the most bullish they have been. So the positioning is way, way heavy to the long side. And is that something that when you look at that from the feeder side, a lot of people would look at this, I'd go to my friend Jason Shapiro and say, is that crowded? But the one thing about commodities, which makes it very different than everything else, is that crowded doesn't always necessarily mean crowded because there's too many people with price where it's wrong. It's because there is a real supply and demand issue. And when I look at feeders, to me, I'm wondering, is this a real demand issue, or is this potentially crowded where we could be looking at some sort of rotation?
If you're asking me my perspective on that, I mean, look, the border got shut down. Imports from the southern border have stopped completely since, I think, November. Yeah, the cattle supply is tight. I just told you guys that essentially, 80% of the cattle in this country is controlled by these multinationals. A lot of them are getting imports and have, relationships with the cattle associations south of the U.S. border. And so, Yeah, I mean, supply is already really tight. We're at the lowest herd volumes we've had since the 50s. And now with the border shut down and with the announcement of the New World screwworm that could decimate herds, you're damn right, beef is getting expensive and it's going to stay that way. And the only way to turn that situation around is to reinvigorate our domestic cattle industry.
And that's kind of what I wanted to get into, Jude. I wanted to, we talk about we have a lack of cattle, but what can we do to grow herds domestically? I mean, what can be done for these ranchers?
Yeah, no, absolutely. That's a great question. I tried to come a little bit prepared for that one. Yeah, I mean, the best thing that we can do is to start investing in our local cattle industry, right? So, first of all, we have to understand a little bit, if you want to fix the system, you need to invest in what I like to call them the cartel. And we put out a piece, it was called Labeled Legal, Raised by Narcos, What the USDA Won't Tell You About Imported Cattle. I like to call them the beef cartel. And if you go south of the Mexican border, it's all cartels. Let's be real, right? So what are we going to do to escape from the cartels? They essentially control the imports. So an investment turnaround, what does that look like? We got a few different options that I put together so to help you guys understand sort of the different levels and the different ways we can invest in the U.S. cattle industry. The first thing is processing centers. These guys are squeezed at the auction house and at the processing centers. 85% of processing centers are owned by those big four, the same ones that are importing, right? So they control the prices on one end and they control the prices on the other end. We need to decentralize processing. I'll say some rough numbers. The timeline on building a processing center could be anywhere from 18 to 36 months from land purchase to full operations. It could cost anywhere between, depending on the scale and the equipment that you're going to use, $2 million to $10 million. So for 18 to 36 months. Roughly, and these are just rough numbers here, but your break even on a processing center is roughly 2 years if your volume is steady, which the demand for beef is high and people are looking for ways to get the most value for their dollar. And the way that they're going to do that is through independent processing centers. So the break even on that is 2 years if the volume is steady, which means, 20 to 40 head a week, depending on the size. The only challenges there are USDA compliance and inspectors, cold storage and cut room infrastructure, and the skilled labor scarcity, which I don't know how things are in your industry, but in our industry, the labor force is not extremely skilled. And let's be real, everybody's malnourished. We have 60% of our food is ultra processed. Nobody's got the energy or the wherewithal to pull this stuff off anymore. So there's some challenges there. Another way to invest in the U.S. cattle industry is at the ranch level, right? So that's usually about a 2 to 5 year transition to regenerative or pasture-based practices, direct-to-consumer models, or creating value-added cuts, not just live cattle sales. So everybody knows a ribeye costs damn near $31 a day, right? So excuse me, getting over a little cold here. So break even on the ranch level investment is, hey, look, pick a rancher you love, you support, their process, that they're good, they make, they're honest and they make good beef. You're gonna make a lot of money on these value-added cuts, right? So the break even for that is definitely faster with quarters, wholes, half beefs, but also beef boxes are great too. And the return on investment there comes from sovereignty, right? Not from scale. So, we like to talk about, we don't scale. We don't talk about scaling. We talk about, repeating patterns, right? We talk about repeating things at a small scale that work. And that's how you build out this industry, not by making a processing center that processes, 4,000 head a day. It's crazy talk. So anyway, the return on investment, that comes from the sovereignty, not the scale. And you keep 3 to 5 times more per head versus the auction. And then there's the third way, which is to support organizations like ours, right? We aren't building another middleman. We're building a sovereign peer-to-peer food system, starting with beef, connecting folks directly to their local ranchers, getting the hell out of the way. Now, beefmaps.com is one way that we do that. It's a simple map listing platform where you can connect with your local rancher. We do sell beef boxes ourselves for delivery, but that is not our primary move. We are very principled and we are very thorough in how we aim to fix the independent cattle ranching industry. And the way to do that is to not take a 15% cut off of every steak being sold, right? Steak's already really expensive. These guys ain't making no money. So the best thing that we could do is connect them to their consumer and get the heck out of the way. So what we do here is we cut out centralized processors. We give ranchers their market back, and we help consumers know their farmer, their food's origin, and some of the policy that goes into all of this stuff that makes it so difficult to find your local rancher. I had to go to 4 different farmers markets here in Florida. I'm originally from Philly. I live in Florida. I had to go to 4 different farmers markets to find my local rancher. It was absolutely insane. I didn't think that they existed, and who's going to go to 4 different markets to find their rancher? Nobody. So some of the stuff that are strategic pillars, of course, is beefmaps.com, find a rancher and buy direct, transparent pricing. We lead you right to the rancher's domain name. That's a transparent pricing system. The ranchers really make that 100-weight versus those horrible packer margins, right? I think ranchers, if they sell direct, they make 70 to 80% of the beef dollar. If they go through the processors and the multinationals, they're only making about 40% or less of the beef dollar. So what else do we do? Infrastructure and backbone, micro hubs, mobile slaughter, and cold storage co-ops. We also are fierce advocates against lab-grown meat. We started in South Dakota, and we got public funding for a lab-grown meat ban. And then it kind of took off. I think it's maybe 7 or 8 states now. So this is about genetics as much as it's about the land, right? We need pure, healthy cattle, not this cartel beef, which, by the way, the New World screwworm started in the cartel-controlled corridors in South America, right? So this whole thing is circling around crime, and we'll just be real about it. So if we're going to invest in something, let's focus on investing on things that are going to help us as a country and as a communities in the long term. Trading these futures trades and making a quick buck, that's great. You know what I mean? Like, no one's got a problem with people making money, but let's look at the context here for that. 85, if I could just do a quick stat here. 85% of cattle are pre-committed via these captive supply contracts. That means you guys in the futures world, y'all are only trading on 15% legitimate cash basis, right? Like the rest of the market is completely manipulated, and we're just playing right into the actual cartel's hands.
Well, I got to tell you what, we're out of time. We're over time, but it was worth it to hear from you and to understand more about an industry that directly impacts every single person in this country that eats meat, or I think that eats. I mean, let's face it. This was so great, RS. I really appreciate your time. We put the link in the chat, and I'm gonna go and check out some of the stuff you're doing. I greatly appreciate your time, man. I can't wait to have you back. There was questions in chat we couldn't get to, but we'll get to them next time. Thank you so much.
Thank you, guys. I'll be back soon. Happy to be here.
Thank you.
Yeah, that was interesting. I don't even know where to begin with it because we're over time. I got to get to farm, but initial thoughts.
So no, I mean, it's, I think it's really interesting. I like the movement that they're going on. I think consumers are also becoming more aware of what they're purchasing, when they want to purchase. This map is incredible. You can find almost every state, a regenerative farm or, grass fed. So go check that out for sure.
Yeah.
We got a couple here in Florida that I'm looking to order from now.
Yeah. I mean, he's so right. I mean, support the local farmers and look at it. There's only Florida's. You drive through, and I was looking at that map. I think there's 3 or 4, maybe 5 in there when I looked at it. Not many. And you drive through the middle of the state, which I have many times. It seems like that's all fine kind of farms and kind of ranches, and there's not many. It's interesting. A lot I took away from this. I'll have to think about this at a different time. Shai,
Right.
thank you so much. We'll be watching for you later with Powell.
How?
All right. See you, Shai.
See ya.
All right, let's bring Fireman. What up?
Good morning, Deli. How we doing?
I'm doing great. That was really interesting. What'd you think about that?
Made me hungry, Deli. Made me hungry. I want some steak now.
I know. Yeah. You got these smart guys in chat. We got Cheecham. It says, Deli, when you ran in the cattle pit, did they make you dress as a rodeo clown? Or at least the makeup? Was there a barrel in the pit for you to jump in if things got heated? I'm sitting there trying to listen to this, so I'm like, Cheecham, you made me laugh. It was pretty funny. No, but I did run and get coffee for everybody, and they did make me go run and get a lot of stuff, and I got yelled at all the time. If that makes you feel better, just so you know. But that was pretty funny. Yeah, I mean, let's go to the charts because we kind of ran a little bit into your time, and I want to get to what you think. Yeah, I know everyone's got this idea of me running around now as a clown. It's kind of weird. But large specs, what's interesting is, man, when you look at this, and this is why I like COT data. Sorry, we're going to start with me real quick, and then we're going to go right to you. I just wanted to follow up with this. Look at what's going on with the beef in this country. I mean, farm, look at that, man. And it took a while for like the large specs to really get this long, and you see it really in up here. I know we don't have a ton of traders that trade this, but again, volatility right now isn't in the indexes. It's in these types of markets. You've got live cattle, we've got feeder cattle, we've got gold. I mean, if I just I'm going to go to gold real quick and show that as well. Look at where the real volatility is. Not that the NASDAQ chart doesn't look the same way, but these markets aren't historically moving the way that we are. And so it's kind of a unique time right now when you see, when I see gold up like this, I see beef up like this. It's kind of like, there's no inflation though. It's minimal. Not that gold necessarily. Well, it is a hedge against inflation, as they say, but nonetheless, it's just something to keep an eye on and what's happening outside of the S&P and NASDAQ. I'm going to do a quick chart of the S&P and NASDAQ today because I want to talk about it, and then we'll get to you, and then we'll look inside the charts. When I look at the S&P right now, again, I have a simple rule. It's just super, super simple, right? When the market is going up above, let's call it anywhere between an 8 and a 10-day moving average, which is my red moving average, okay? And Bollinger Bands are open like a mouth, and we're expanding outward, the market is bullish. I do not look at shorts. I know in my note I said, are we going to look to start getting into a two-way tape? The only reason I say that is just because we've hit some recent objectives on the Bollinger Bands. On the peaks, we're above all of them. And typically we start to see some sort of rotation, and we've been seeing the VIX creep up ever so slightly, and the bond market rotated, so I'm like aware of it. But my general rule is when I see this from a technical basis, this market is bullish. And it's something that, it's been my rule for over 20 years now. You see it in the NASDAQ as well. It is just, we have range expansion, and, it's just one of those things where if I'm a day trader, I am not looking for much on the short side of equities. You could look for a scalp, maybe. Know when to be big, know when to be small, know when not to trade. And to me, right now, if I'm looking at longs, I could be in full positions. If I'm looking at shorts, they're small or no positions. I'm going to hand it over to you for what you're looking at coming into today.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, when all time frames are bright green, the short side is definitely not fruitful. And so certainly the plan is to come in and buy dips. And in particular, after a day like yesterday, and then, as I'll do sometimes, I'll just have something in the back of my mind of what could change that plan, right? Or how that could go wrong. Because, as long as that, case doesn't materialize, then I'm good to go and proceed with the plan to buy dips. I mean, yesterday was a pretty strong day. Definitely very, very strong, emotional, almost manic buying at times. And we left 5 sets of single prints on ES yesterday. That's just absolutely insane. So that's just prices through which only a single 30-minute period traded. You can just see, just face rip, brief pause, and then some more face rip. So very, very strong. And it's just reminding me like a couple of times, maybe 3 times in the last couple of years. I mean, we've seen, the buying just kind of get a little bit too aggressive, a couple of days ahead of a swing high. So I just keep that in the back of my mind. But plan for today is fully to buy dips, because I'll tell you the way this goes. And then also like yesterday's high. I mean, yesterday's high is so poor, it got margin called in its paper trading account. I mean, like it is the most disgusting high that you'll see. I mean, look at this 5-minute. I mean, 1, 2, 3, 4 exact touches to the tick, and then another one that's almost there. So, I mean, that high is just begging to get taken out. And we'll see if we do that early or if we do trade lower, because sometimes, you'll go on these, I call them structure repair missions, right? If we do trade lower, but like, I mean, the path lower, I said in my plan, like I have no interest in being short, because usually the way this goes is that, let's say sellers stay heavy. Let's go back to the 5. Let's say sellers stay heavy. I mean, they're staying heavy in these 50s, right? And they try to crack. I didn't even mark all the singles. There's so many. I didn't even mark them. What I did mark is basically 43.5 to 44.5, because regardless of where this finds a bid, it's the reclaim of 43.5, 44.5 that opens a retest of the high. So like if we trade lower, I mean, it's just like pick your spot to buy. I mean, there's just single prints, there's demand that cause those single prints, and then more single prints. So it's like what happens if you're short is like we trade lower and then you get a big pop right in your face, right? And then, maybe it grinds a little bit lower and then a big pop right in your face. And so trading the short side, like it reminds me on these days after a day like this profile, it reminds me of like tying my shoes, right? Like after the 3rd attempt of getting my little T-Rex arms, trying to get them past my belly, I just exhaust out and roll over and die. And like, that's what happens to sellers on these. Usually they'll, effort, and then like rip face into the end of the day. So like, I'm not looking to be part of that. And if they can break down this profile, then that would be very, very significant. So to me, like, I mean, 29 to 32 is my weekly level here. So, I mean, if sellers like actually offer 29, then like maybe they've got something that would be a warning sign for me. But I mean, you could still even what's below that spot? Singles. I don't know if you saw my Scooby-Doo meme, but it's like, let's see what's behind these single prints. Oh, more single prints. That's right. So yeah, I'm not looking to go back through that, but I would say that would be your trouble spot. Like, I mean, if they're meaningfully offering 29 and breaking this back down towards that 14 to 18 spot that I was talking about on the Sunday night, then that's a little bit iffy. But I mean, to me, I'm looking to buy dips. This quick sweep of this low at 44.5, I think we had. I mean, like situation where that could be it, and we go up and clean up yesterday's high. And then, the only thing I would really add is that the point at which we do clean up yesterday's high, if we then fell back into range, then it's a little bit trickier for me. Like I scalped this long here in the morning and just closed it out before the show. So if we trade lower first and do some structure cleanup, definitely just patiently waiting for longs, find that spot where sellers are just going to roll over in exhaustion. And then, once we've taken out yesterday's high, if we then start cracking back through range, then like I'm a little bit more guarded and a little bit more patient, but still fully constructive on price until sellers are below yesterday's low. So they can clean up as much of the structure as they want, and I will still be looking to buy dips. So 29 to 33, it literally anywhere in the 36 to 44 range could just cause a pop that reclaims this sort of range low. You can see it on yesterday's profile, right? So anything that you buy in here that reclaims this 44s is likely coming back up to yesterday's high. So that's the reason it was like, I'm only going to mark that spot.
What I put in my note this morning was I wouldn't be surprised if we see like some sort of capitulation high soon. I've never really been someone who's looked to kind of like pick tops or anything like that. I've never really, thought in that manner either. I mean, we all do inherently a little bit think that way, but it's like when I look at this market and I see the lack of rotation and I look at what's happening kind of across the board in equities when they're just getting this slow and this tired and the momentum just kind of gets sucked out of it. I know yesterday we had a little bit of a higher VIX. It usually to me means that we're not at the end of this rally, and it's probably something that we almost need a moment in order to get volatility back in, is like almost like a blow off type top where like we have, I heard the guys talk about yesterday, like have a good high versus bad high. To me, it feels like it's bad high after bad high being set up. Right, Farm, when you look at it on even the shorter term, and it's like every high, like I look at your chart this morning, and like when I see that, it's pretty much exactly what Stowe was talking about yesterday as like a bad high in ES. It looks like another one to get taken out, and it just keeps doing that. It's like that's what I see continually building here in equities, and nothing is linear, except for the NASDAQ and gold right now, right? But all kidding aside, I look at it and go, at some point. We don't know when that point is. It's going to happen, but it'll tell us when it's going to happen. And then short term, again, I go back to my rule when I look at what's happening in this market. I just can't be short. I mean, it's like, why? I mean, I could be skeptical all I want, but my rule is when Bollinger Bands are expanding, we continue to hold above short moving averages. And when I get to your stuff and I see bad high after bad high being made, I mean, day traders just have to be very, very careful of being short. I mean, to me, that is the message. Don't get married to a short if you're in one. You could be in one for a quick rotation, but like you say, rent it. That's it.
Rent it. That's right. Yeah, and you're exactly right. I mean, that's what you're going to see into a high. It'll be buying like we saw yesterday at times, but it'll continue for a bit. It'll proceed into a high, and then buyers are just going to completely and utterly walk away in exhaustion, and we'll start giving back some key technical structure that you would not expect to be given back. That'll be done somewhat readily, and that's going to be your clue that maybe things have topped out. And I'll just add before we jump off, so the equivalent to the 43.5 to 44 half spot on ES is basically 969 #nice on NQ. So basically, again, any kind of push, you've got singles just below there. Find your bids, find your spot, reclaims a 969, rotates up most likely towards yesterday's high.
Yep. That's all the time we have for today, Farm. We're sorry we chewed up some of your time with the talk about beef. And I didn't get a chance to tell you how great it was seeing you on Sunday night. I thought that was great. It was hilarious. I was watching that as the Bears were stomping the Cowboys, which was pretty nice. It was all in all good Sunday night watching you boys. And again, appreciate you, my brother, for being here. Everybody go check out what Farm is doing with his Substack. Hardest working man in the business. I'll see you soon, my brother.
Appreciate you, Dilly. See you soon.
All right, everybody. So a couple things came out here. We've got Fed's Goolsby's speaking. Remember, 20 Fed speaks post FOMC week. Just get them out there and just let's start talking, right? Shai is saying he is pretty hawkish. Fed's Goolsby right now. I'm not thinking about 50 basis point cuts. Okay. Trump also speaking later, and White House Press Secretary Leavitt says Trump to discuss narco-terrorists from Venezuela. I'm not sure how much that is a market mover, but we'll keep an eye. And, of course, Shai will be talking about that in chat. And then you got Bowman talking now. She is dovish. I can't speak right now. Bowman worried Fed is behind the curve on labor market weakness. Policy may need to adjust faster if risks materialize. Markets yawned at it. It is what it is, man. We'll continue to provide the headlines in the chat for all of you. Hit the like and subscribe button before we get in two of my favorite guys. Really, just guys are unbelievable. more and more people should be watching. If you don't like money, then you shouldn't be watching. But if you like watching two guys that are really good at trading, get ready for something here. But hit that like and subscribe button. 148,000. We're less than 2,000 away from 150,000, where we're going to be doing a lot of giveaways here on NinjaTrader Live. So help us get there. We do appreciate it. And now it's time for, we've got Merritt Black, and we've got Christian Trading Boxes, otherwise known in these parts as Black Boxes. Let's get ready to trade the open. What's up, boys?
Hey. Morning. What's going on, guys?
So,
Mr. Black with the
I don't know if
stash.
you guys... Yeah, I know. It's coming in nice. I can't grow a mustache.
Well, we've seen that graphic before. That may be what started the war between you and I, actually.
Wait a minute. There was a thing of me with a mustache, or what started the war?
Are you kidding
I'm
me?
foggy about this.
What the team? I didn't do it. I didn't let the record show. I didn't play any part in this. But the team did a thing of you with like a full mustache. You looked straight up like Luigi.
I remember that.
You don't remember that? You told me about it. I didn't even see it.
You see how I have the ability to just like forget
Block
about
it
things
out.
from the past and just let things go. I mean, I blocked that out it's like it never happened.
You learned that on the pits.
Yeah, man. I mean, we're not
Selective
even. I mean,
memory.
I have to be reminded of that. Yeah, it's coming back to me a little bit now. Maybe I did remember. It might have been a little lie, but I want to start with you, Merritt. Then we're going to get to Chris. So Merritt coming into today, equities. We know volume and volatility is low. Coming into today, any positions on? Are you looking at equities or are you looking at gold? I continue to tell everyone, look at gold. Look at these other
Look at what I
markets
got
because there
pulled up.
is
It's
some
gold.
movement there. Let's see. Gold.
I mean,
Got it.
I've almost distilled down what market I want to trade short term, right? It's the NADRO stuff for longer term positioning and bias. But when I'm looking to just trade some move to move rotations and getting some scalps in, it's almost like what market has the most swing highs and swing lows on a low time frame coming into the open since the Globex. You know what I mean? What market is moving? What market is rotating? What market has participation? And that today is unequivocally, unquestionably gold. So look, we are way up there in terms of where this market is located contextually. We are well beyond the +2 standard deviation from yearly VWAP, which is it's way up there, man. You don't see a lot of sustained movement beyond those areas. But with a move like this, with this kind of a explosive energy that's behind this thing and what gold has been doing all year and just screaming at us and telling us, I will have no problem going along with this thing, riding momentum. And hey, if it starts to capitulate, if it starts to crack, then by all means, I'll scalp the short side as well. Right now, if I'm not sure what you guys can see, but I'm looking at a nice little bull flag right here on this 500 volume chart, right? Pretty straightforward bull flag type pattern. So if we start to see some momentum up through here, this market has had a huge move up and it's not leaving this area. It's putting in volume. It's holding at this area. That's not bearish.
Yep. No, I see it too. I mean, again, we were talking about that in the previous segment with Farm. I mean, it's just like rally, consolidate, make a poor high, and then, take it out again. I struggle to find anything bearish really that I look at. I mean, maybe the bond market has got a slight bit of bearish tone, but
maybe the pound,
no,
British pound, maybe
the pound, maybe the pound. Yeah, that's good. Let's pull up the pound. And so, no, so I appreciate you, Merritt, kind of giving us some insight on what you're looking at. I want to go to Chris real quick. So, Chris, man, you've been a beast lately, man. I don't want to, ruin it, but you've been really doing well. I love watching the two of you. We continue to get people talk about the two of you together, which is great. But you've been trading
Chris
this
out
tape
there picking
extremely
out
well,
Audis.
being able to ride this trend. Yeah, dude. Hey, you know what? I've been there, man. Don't buy it
You've been
yet.
on both sides of the car trades, right?
Yeah. I have been, unfortunately. And watch trades too. Let's not even go there. See Merritt blocked out. Did that happen? Did it? Yeah, maybe. With you, Chris, riding these trends, you've done an amazing job. Let's go into your morning prep. Again, I think that, coming into where we are right now here in equities, I'm very curious to see what you're looking at coming into the open.
Yeah, let me go right into that. I keep saying it's an uptrend, and I think people overcomplicate it. In an uptrend, you have higher highs and higher lows, and so why wouldn't we align with that structure? Because it's consistent, it's repeatable, and therefore maybe profits can be consistent as well. So we are in an aggressive 4-hour sort of uptrend. I continue to look for pullbacks to buy. The main structure that we have overnight as far as recent price action is the sideways consolidation. For those who follow my trend structure that I follow, we have our higher high, higher low. So main area of support here is probably London's low, this 24,960s, 970s area. If we can maybe hold here and not really move much lower, we can see a breakout higher to 25,120 area. If we do pull back, I do like prior week's highs. Only because a weekly candle shift may take place. I think we all know that we're extended, and the first sign of a potential reversal back down, even if it's just a pullback, would be if we lose prior week's high and go into a more of a correction through price structure versus correction through time. So I do find that support as a viable opportunity for a bounce. If that fails, then I'll be looking for 24,700s-ish at prior day low. But that's sort of the 4-hour structure, which takes quite a while to generate. On the hourly here, for the hourly plan for today that I'm looking to trade, we are in a consolidation again, creating energy for a move. Scenario one for me is we can come back down to London's low, maybe 960s in NQ. I'll be looking to see if we potentially put in a failed breakdown. That's typically the repeatable structure we see in uptrends, right? We move lower, create a failed breakdown of a recent consolidation higher, move lower, failed breakdown higher, move lower. Can we see that again? Eventually it'll stop working, but we need information, we need data to confirm that it's failed. If it does fail, we can't hold the 960s, then we can form acceptance and then move lower towards that prior week high, which can be a good area for a bounce. If that fails and we are experiencing a much stronger initial sell-off, then there's no reason why we can't come back down here to this 24,800 area, which was the breakout of this sort of recent range here before yesterday's move. If for some reason, none of those scenarios happen and we hold this range and we attempt higher, well, I'll be looking to ride a move higher into 25,100. So it's just focused on the hourly trend. I think you brought up a little bit earlier saying that, price there's nothing bearish about price, and that's the truth, right? Price is the most factual indicator on the chart. And until that confirms a different structure, we have to continue to focus on sideways to higher prices.
Yep. I may be skeptical of some of the things I'm seeing, like NVIDIA reinvesting in their customers. I'm sure there's no risk there. I'm sure that's totally fine, right? I mean, you start seeing things out there that you're like, okay, yeah, that's kind of like interesting, but it doesn't really mean much for me as a trader. But you start to see how certain things start to arise. I'm not saying at a top, but when you have people making money the way that they're making, like NVIDIA, like I said, just again, reinvesting their profits into customers that are buying their chips. And, you see things like that. And there's just been other things along the way that I think get interesting. Again, look at what's happening. I'm not saying gold is signaling anything. I've kind of talked about this where I don't think that I think gold is signaling what it's signaling for gold, not necessarily the entire market, but you see what's happening in beef. You see what's happening in silver. There's other things going on where you see a lot of inflationary type things where you go, is equities ever going to kind of notice it? And again, it doesn't matter until it does within this tape, and it's not there yet. One thing I'm not skeptical about is just the way that you two guys trade, and we love seeing it. And I can tell you, without a doubt, more and more people continue to write in about the two of you and how much they've learned from you guys. So I really appreciate you guys a ton. Show them some love in the chat, everybody. Again, hit that like and subscribe button. Help us get to 150K. And that does it for me this morning. I'll leave it to you two guys. Have a great day.
Hey, Deli.
Let's hear this. Before you say something, listen, be careful. Let's hear it. I mean, Chris,
Deli.
listen, we say, yeah, I know. Let's hear it. All right.
Hey, I just no, this one's innocent. This is good. I looked up Tendler. I looked him up. Plus 1.2.
Oh, I know. Well, he's a stick, man.
Plus 1.2. Look out.
Well, yeah,
Hey, by
he's
the way, I'm short the pound.
well, he actually. Sick.
He thought I was playing.
Tendler.
He thinks this is all
No,
just
I
fun
didn't.
and
I know.
games.
Yeah. But no, for in all seriousness, Tendler actually competes. He goes to try to get into like real tournaments, you know.
That's
I try to
awesome.
get into like money games, but I don't try to get into like real tournaments. But yeah, no, that'll be fun. Cool, man. All right, my brothers. I'll see you guys.
See you,
All
man.
right, take care. Have a good weekend. Just brown guy and the stash guy walk into a bar. You trading gold today, or you're short already?
I'm short the pound, the British pound.
Oh, you are trading that.
Yeah, he thought I was kidding.
Mm.
No, the pound is at a nice little spot. Let's see if we can. Oh, it's just the intraday chart. Anyways, it's retesting the edge of last week's value, of last month's value. It's at kind of this upper extreme for the current week's developing value. So, you know, that's NADRO in a nutshell, is looking for edges of value. And then when you can put it together across multiple time frames, we like it.
Yep. Looks the
It
same as
is
every
a
other chart.
slow market, though, unless there's like some kind of interest rate decision or something. It's so I'll probably just have that position on in the background and then focus on gold and S&P
Nice.
and whatnot.
No ES or NQ for you today?
I'll absolutely look at the S&P and see what's cooking. But when you look at the S&P, look at that. Look at the gold overnight session. And then
much better.
here's the S&Ps from here to here. Right? Gold is trading overnight like the S&P rally was yesterday, right? During the whole session. So it is a market that's conducive to short-term trading with some good momentum and rotations and stuff. So that'll be my primary focus into the open.
Cool.
You got a main hypo that you're stalking, a main line in the sand.
You know, it's the
I know
higher
you're sideways to higher until proven otherwise.
Yeah. I mean, that's my go-to for any kind of uptrend. You know, I look at moving averages whenever we're above like a daily 9 sort of 10 MA and we're just trending higher. You know, I think you can agree to this as well. There's a certain structure that price follows in uptrends that are repeatable, and so I just revert to that and I look for those opportunities to try not make it harder than it is.
You know, that's what you just said right there. Try not to make it harder than it is that may have just flown over the heads of some people in the chat, but most every really good trader that I've ever encountered has frameworks that they apply to the market that help them reduce the noise, help them simplify, and help them make decisions in a place where it's really, really tough to make decisions if you just try to take every factor in and do that whole cognitive dissonance game. So absolutely, man. Good for you.
Yeah, but we'll see. We're a little bit extended. I had a swing from that FOMC low that I finally partialed out yesterday, and
Nice.
looking to see what else takes place today. But maybe a pullback.
What made you come out of that? Just kind of the windfall type of day yesterday, and
yeah, I didn't expect yesterday to be as strong as how it was, and so I said, okay, this is a good place for me to partial out. I have 20% left, so I'll just ride that and see what happens next 2 days.
cool.
But we go through a pullback at the open. I'll just wait to see if we can come back down to support and buy it. I find or breakdown, they tend to have a lot of failed breaks, higher or lower, and so I like to just wait and see if we do confirm the break and then look for the opposite trade. Good morning, chat, as well. Good to see everybody in here.
JD, it's great to have a bias as long as you have a good market generated contextual reason for that bias. But then here's the key, and here's where a lot of people get it wrong. Some people have a bias and they allow it to make them, in a negative way, biased. And they just sit there and they fight something and they're biased. That's a bad thing. A market bias, I think, is doesn't matter if you're Pax trading the opening range or Chris with the moving average framework, you will have a bias from your tools and your system. That's a good thing. Here's the kicker. Everyone with a great bias has something akin to a line in the sand, something where that bias is invalidated, something where it's clearly black and white, no longer your bias, whether that takes you to neutral or whether that takes you to the opposite bias. A great line in the sand is a requirement if you're going to play the bias game. So that's how to not get in trouble with the bias.
I agree.
Yeah, and it's too high or it's too low is not a bias, right? Because that doesn't have a line in the sand. It just puts you in that age-old market can stay irrational longer than you can stay solvent type of situation when you just say it's too high or it's too low.
I feel like those sort of thoughts are more emotional than looking at what price is telling you.
And it's okay to fade extremes, right? It's okay to say this market is, like I said about gold today, but it didn't make me short biased, but I understand the context of gold is this thing's really extended up. It's really, by all definitions, short term too high, but that doesn't mean that I'm just going to be bearish and short it and say it should go down. Got to move beyond that type of thinking as a trader if you want to start to do better. But it's natural. I think we all go through that phase at one point early on in trading, but you got to move past it. One final point that's on my mind about that is oftentimes in the NADRO world, we will see a chart or a market that's starting to get overly extended on multiple time frames. That in itself is not necessarily, let's say they're all up. It's not a short. It's not a bearish bias. It's not a view. However, It's an indication of potential upcoming opportunity. That's how I view it. Hey, this thing's really extended. Markets over the long haul tend to mean revert. We're not just going to stick our neck out there, and this is where picking tops gets a bad name. You can pick tops, but you need a lower time frame to start to confirm in a meaningful way, which kind of makes it so that you're not picking a top anymore. You're actually saying this market on a couple of higher time frames, based on the tools I use, for example, VWAP frameworks like I like, is overextended. Check the box. Fine. It's not a trade yet. But now we go to this lower time frame, maybe the weekly VWAP time frame for my students. And it, by our definition of trend, goes from an uptrend to rotational. When a market becomes rotational in its state, we can start to fade extremes and align ourselves with short. Then we're aligning with a real thing that's happening on a real time frame, and we're aligning with that quote unquote overextended situation on some much higher time frames. That's a trade with edge. That's something that's really, really good. And I saw that on the trading floor for equities proprietary desks, where guys are looking at these low float biotech kind of parabolic moves. The fact that it's parabolic is the context. If you add a fact that maybe the company they don't believe is worth that parabolic price, it's kind of pumped, that's another incremental layer of edge. And then you add in, play the back side of the trade rather than getting run over on the front side of the trade. Look for the right side of the V. Look for confirmation on lower time frames that things are turning, and then start picking tops, if you will, fading pops, as some people call it, on those lower time frames. I've seen this all over the world, guys, from really, really good traders. The key is not getting run over and just having that negative thing we started this conversation off with, which is a bias. What should happen? Piece it together like a playbook and trade it well. And I'll shut up. I'll hang up and listen. Can you tell I get passionate about these things?
I'm the same way.
I know.
You just know it helps people, and you get those messages.
Yep.
What periods do I have my EMAs? I have a 9 SMA and then the 20 and the 50 EMA. I have a slower 9 EMA because it tracks the trend sequence that I follow much better than a 9 EMA. Hey, Justin. Hey, Sharma. The black box has been activated. It's nothing. We have 4 minutes into the open. There's really nothing for me here. We're right smack in the middle of this overnight range. I need to see a break. I need to see a push up higher to then see if we can form acceptance at that resistance, or a move lower into support to then look for a reversal. At the moment here, I don't have anything. Let's see where this range is from. 970s to 25,015-ish. All right, so I'm drawing out the range here. Here's our overnight range. Don't diddle in the middle, as they say. So let's see if we can come back down to support, the initial overnight support, 960s, 970s. See if we get a failed breakdown there and reverse back up. Maybe we form acceptance. And then maybe, you know, if we do form acceptance, we can price and target prior week highs. If we do attempt higher, then we want to see a breakout hold above 25,000 and then see if that pushes out. But you guys know me, I need my my rules to be met on a directional or reversal entry, and at the moment there's nothing here. Hey Brian. Question, will it break higher or lower first? I think we would be in islands if we knew that. Soaking up the sun. I'll be managing my swings while I wait for that to happen.
Just about opening bell time. Hope you guys have all not just prepped the market, but prepped yourself as well. Hope you're ready to rock.
Pretty flat. May want to seek lower prices.
And the thing about this S&P open, guys, is that it is smack dab in the middle of this nasty overnight balance. So strong recommendation from me to wait for something to change in regard to that as a short-term trader. Hey, you know, if your process has edge here, then fine. But for the rest of us, trading in the middle of a super quiet chop zone is a recipe for losing money.
Yep.
Buyers are really pressing on the tape in the S&P. And the highs are very vulnerable. So it would not surprise me one of the first things this market might need to do or want to do is just test above these overnight highs. That kind of lack of excess up there. I'm more interested in gold. It's still in that flag pattern that we talked about.
Oh yeah. Cyclicals are strong, helping out ES. Tech is going through a little bit of a pullback at the open. Yes, so strong.
Yep, those buyers. I did pick up some gold. La caja negra. Estamos aquí.
B. Mixed market on the tech side. Yes, strong. Still in a range, though. Really not much to do unless you're like a 10-second trader scalping.
Los Pollos Hermanos. Great series. One of the best.
Looks like we have news and Trump speaking at the same time.
Yeah, here in 10 minutes or so, right? PMI. And then Trump's on in 15.
Market may want to wait until then. Well, ES is not waiting.
Looks like the S&P one ticked that overnight high.
Pretty divergent tape.
Between what and what?
ES and NQ.
Don't get me started on that. I will probably look to flatten out of the gold position. The timing was beautiful. It's worked well coming off that little wick of this low here. Granted, this is embedded inside of a choppy flag pattern, so it's tough. But I really liked what I saw right there. So banged in long. It's working. We're up, 2 points. But we do have this news coming out. So if it's not breaking out of this overall flag here, I'll be standing aside till after the news.
All right, so we're moving lower in NQ into London's low now. Yes is near London's high.
The pound is working.
Pound it.
Pound it.
We have first support here into this area in NQ. Also this 960s zone. So if we are to hold here, we either get a reversal structure or we form acceptance down here, and then price can cash. Yes, is so strong though. And then price can go to prior week highs. So let's see what takes place. ES is breaking out. Well, it's just somewhere. It's attempting here. See how it reacts into prior day highs. We'll need to hold, form some acceptance, and then continue higher. Next area in ES that I have is 67, 68.
I flattened out of gold for, 10 ticks or so. Just pre-news, risk is a priority. Yeah, everybody in the chat keeps talking about platinum. Big mover today. Got the algo signal that ended up firing off right around my entry. So that's always good confirmation for me that I'm kind of seeing things well and kind of being in process in terms of rhythm and rotations. So that's good. Such a great trade location. Yeah, I think gold, Professor Tix, I think gold is going to be a great market for us to trade today. Don't do it to me. It's going to break out here right in front of this news. It sucks.
All right, NQ into the support area. See what we get here. I'm watching this to see the structure, how it forms, and if we are to bounce.
Rainy day here in Nashville and a quiet open.
ES doing? ES is still in the range. No bounce for NQ. ES is not really moving. Maybe it breaks here soon. I'm looking at NQ. I mean, prior week's high is the next area that I'm looking at, but maybe if ES can hold here, NQ can put in a failed breakdown here and then reverse back up. No information telling us anything like that at the moment. We still haven't seen a bounce into the 2-minute 9 MA to sort of get an idea if we are going to attempt a reversal. So, and there's no acceptance here for me to engage in a short. So I can't, short this. There's nothing in here for me to manage risk with how I trade. Just managing swings while I wait for that.
Zintro, I love this question. Here's we're about to have this news. I may have to focus back on trading if it comes to it. But asking, saying, hey, when it comes to your strategy, y'all strategies, to fit it to current market conditions, do you amend things and adjust things to fit current market conditions, or is the strategy applicable to all conditions? It's a great question. I would argue that no strategy is theoretically applicable to all conditions. And what I mean by that is all strategies, and if you don't know what these are for yours, you are kidding yourself and you're blind. You have a blind spot that you need to correct. All strategies have conditions in which they lose money. Otherwise, it's not a strategy.
I would say there comes a point where you understand the environment that we enter, and you know that we're going to be you might enter a drawdown period. And so, for example, like what I would do, how I adjust when I would typically go through drawdowns is, instead of looking for shorts and longs, I would just focus on one type of directional trade idea. Same rules though, but if I notice that my shorts were taking more losses, like in an uptrend, and I'm shorting and it's not working, well, I would adapt and remove that trade idea and focus more on longs.
So I got just wicked out of I had brought my stop in on the pound, and I got wicked out of the pound right on the news release. It's funny, it reacted more than anything else. For me, a couple of things. One, I have a couple of different strategies that I can apply. I have a essentially higher time frame, contextual, narrative, bias-driven thing we call NADRO. And I can apply those when there's great conditions for those type of trades, and I'll look across a dozen different markets like I have with the pound here to find those opportunities. Or conditions, again, that's what we're talking about here, and adjusting to conditions. I have a shorter term scalping methodology that, especially when and where there's really good rotations, really good order flow, maybe the VIX is elevated, things like that, we can deploy those type of momentum order flow type tactics. So for me, I have strategies and I know what kind of conditions they work well in, multiple strategies, I should say, and I deploy them differently in different markets at different times based on conditions. That's for me how I approach it. We could get even more complicated with that conversation, so I'll just gloss over this. But there are different tactics you can apply given conditions: tight stops, wide stops, momentum-based stops, how much of a core position or runner you're holding versus how much you're actually peeling off early when you get a good rotation. Those trade management things, I think, are really critical for someone who wants to try to adapt to conditions a bit. I hope that helps, Zintro. It's a great question.
All important points for sure. I think as you're a newer trader, you don't really think like that.
Yeah.
So you're not at a level where you can adjust things like that, and your answer may not be exactly what they expected.
That's right. I think that's important. I talk about this all the time. The advice that is appropriate to any given trader depends on where they are on that spectrum from beginner to intermediate to advanced.
Yeah.
You need to approach things differently in those different stages. For example, the advanced trader could be very intuitive, can scratch out of trades when they see something they don't like. The beginner cannot do that effectively because they haven't yet built up the belief systems, the mental framework, that psychology side of things to where everything's just not scary and emotional to them, right? So the tactics that you can pull out of your quiver and apply at any given moment the ability to do that needs to be very, very different based on where you are at home as a trader. And that's something that I actually had to kind of come to Jesus on with myself, about 10 years ago. I was trying to do too much of that, and I had too much confidence in myself and my abilities, and my skills and my mental framework just was not there to back it up. So I had to simplify. I had to go more rules-based, and that was the only thing that made a huge quick change in my trading back in that day. I was banging my head against the wall for a long time, thinking that I was capable of doing more, of being cuter, of making little audibles and calls and adjustments and scratches, when in reality, I needed to get more systematic about my approach. You earn the right to trade bigger. That was also something I had a problem with as a risk-seeking personality. You earn the right to trade bigger, and you earn the right to layer in more and more discretion into your trading. Earn the right to do those things. Don't start with those things. All right. S&P still stuck. With those buyers, we took out the overnight high, and we're back in the chop. Nothing interesting there. Gold is actually pushing down quite a bit towards the lower edge of this flag pattern that we're in. And the pound just gave me the middle finger before continuing lower. It's my own fault for having to stop where I did.
All right, so we have NQ at the 4-hour 9 MA here as it tests this support area, this initial support area. ES is not really moving lower. It's holding here. It's attempting to hold here. So there might be a chance that NQ can go through a reversal. I like the idea of that. We have our second lower low, lower high from the breakdown. And NQ on the 2-minute, lower low, lower high, second lower low, second lower high. So from here, we are to reclaim that last lower high and go through a reversal or form acceptance and then make an attempt lower. I'm going to try it here. See if we are able to hold this first support area. We do have a mental note where I want to take off. Oh, I don't want that. ES is attempting higher. Let's see what it does at prior day highs. But so far looks good. NQ, ideally, I'd like for it to get above London's low. That's 972, 973 area. If you can do that, that'd be great. This is a, how much risk? $24-point risk in NQ. Let's see if we can reverse back up in ES. Nice. If we cannot get above London's low, the sort of 972, 973 area, then we'll just reject back down and we can attempt a breakdown here. And then I'll look to close that trade if it does not happen. Let's see if we can create a higher low here. If we don't hold here, then we'll most likely go down to prior week high.
Guys, if you appreciate the Merritt and Chris combo stream here, pick up that mouse, bring it over to that little area where there's that little thumbs up button and smash that puppy. We got 1,200 watching and 200 likes.
Yeah, guys, what's going on there?
If you appreciate we are the no hype stream. We are the pretty focused on markets and on teaching points and answering y'all's questions in the chat. If you guys appreciate it, show some love. Oh, we're almost at 400. Show some love, please. It helps the channel.
All right, no go on that. Took a stop. We'll now wait to see if we're able to come down to that next support area at prior week highs. And then look for a reversal opportunity there. I do see some support at 920s. And ES on the 2 minute or 5 minute? 2 minute, we are starting to wedge up here. Show this.
We are 42 likes away from 500 likes. 42 more of you beautiful people to push us over the number.
All right, ES may be getting ready for us to move lower here. If we can break this consolidation it's in. Kind of like the short here in ES.
$510 likes. Thank you, guys. Thank you. It means a lot to us. It helps the channel.
Yeah, much appreciated, guys. Got to support the network. They're doing so many great things.
I've got an internal struggle going on right now. I'm kind of kicking myself for not buying the pullback in gold. I just did not like the way that low formed. I was a little picky. I was in a little bit of cognitive dissonance on it. It just got a little mushy down here. I didn't feel like there was enough of kind of an energy low turn, clean kind of turn. I had the algo firing off signals. It was obviously a spot that could have been traded. I didn't do it. But now what's really important is that I can't allow that to somehow become baggage in my thinking and then do something brash or anything like that. It's a moment that I can note. Someone asked about journaling. That's something to journal that sequence, to then tuck it away in the memory bank and then go make it a part of your review. It is no longer a factor in a part of my trading and what I'm doing right now, what my job is right now. It's something I can go back and review later, run a little market replay on, assess the tape there, and see, is that something that was fitting for me to hesitate on and not put risk back on for? Or was it a place where I think I need to mark that as a missed opportunity? But for now, like I said, it's back to work.
All right, so ES is has really good structure here. I don't like that it's in the middle of the overall range, but if this consolidation here, this wedging structure can break lower, then it can move down to 67.43. Means NQ will most likely continue its flush.
Yeah, Loon, go run stats on the S&P opening inside the middle 50% of a prior day's value area with a substantial balance that value area is attached to. And you will find that the average range is way below all opens average range. It's a big deal. It's the real deal.
All right, so I'm gonna wait to see if this does follow through lower on the drop. I can't, there's no short here for me. I need as many of you guys may know, I need my wedging structure here to form acceptance. We don't have that, so there's no entry for me to short. It looks weak, and maybe we do go lower, right? But you have to wait for your rules. Yes, does have the wedging structure I like, but it's so sticky to the upside here that I don't want to take a short. Rather wait and see if NQ comes down to support and then look for a buying opportunity there. Yes, this whole continues to hold this. You can see the structure a little bit better if it's like this. It's really tight range here. You know, a move can take place once we leave here. What's MNQ doing? Can we get that reversal now in NQ? We have another 9 MA lower high here. So if we were to take a reversal, then it'll be from this lower high. There's no follow through lower yet on the breakdown attempt. Pretty mixed market. Semiconductors are nonstop moving higher, and then you have a name like Amazon who's just getting destroyed. Nvidia too. Yes, still remains stuck in that range. I mean, it's been now 40 minutes that ES has not moved. May attempt that now here. I said it looks to break. There goes ES. So if you took this wedge breakdown, see if it comes down to 67.43 for you, London's low. NQ kind of flat on that break in ES. So looking for a reversal opportunity here in NQ if it cannot have followed through lower. I mean, N and Q still in this 90-minute downtrend. So when it ends here, it can revert back to the 20/50 EMA and then attempt a wedging structure. But I'll look to see if I can buy this again. All right, so I took the long here on the 90-minute reversal, the setup that I shared with you guys. The last lower high broke. So it was, let me do it over here. Lower low, lower high, lower low, lower high, attempted to reject lower, instead created a sort of higher low against this recent low, and then now breakout higher. So that triggered my 90-minute reversal entry into the same support area that I've been looking at, where I said, hey, can we see a failed breakdown? What I want to see from here now is a strong reclaim of this 960s, while ES makes an attempt at higher prices. I have sort of like a mental stop at minus 0.5 R, just to on the more discretionary side, just because I don't want to entertain if this is not going to follow through higher. I want to see a wedging structure now next, and then potential move higher as the market starts to bounce.
Bought some gold.
You got to trade in? I hear that.
I have no idea if this is going to be the spot where it turns from, but it's getting close enough to a zone I'm interested in. It cleaned up that mushy low that I had hesitated on and not taken before. So little bitty stop run through the area. See some buyers come in. Pretty straightforward stuff for me. If I had to bet, I would bet that gold might make a bit more of a complex low sequence, maybe run to the session VWAP or something like that before it really finds the low that I'm looking for. But I'll shoot anything that moves down here for now.
Looking to see if this becomes a higher low here in NQ. Let me remove this for now. I want this to be a higher low and then bounce back up to give me better structure for that continuation higher. If not, I'll close it here and then I'll wait. Yes, strong. So far, a failed breakdown of that wedging structure I talked about. Move lower, bounce to create a lower high. Instead of rejecting, make a new low, it's now attempting higher. So that's a good failed breakdown to see in ES on this internal structure. NQ, we're getting that higher low that I was looking at. Sort of give me an idea if buyers are in the short term stepping in from here to here, and we're seeing that, right? Price action is literally creating a higher low for us. Now, I want to see that be respected and push up higher as ES maybe attacks prior day high, and that'll give me a better confirmation that my trade is good. And so far, everything that we want to see is taking place. Let me put on back my risk reward indicator. I'm looking to take half off into 1.5R if we get there. ES is moving along higher. Would love to. Trump is on. ES is really just stuck in a range, though. I think last week we were in a range structure as well, Merritt.
Yeah, I was focused on gold at the time, right? I was actually shorting gold. Had a really nice session. I was not interested in the chop fest you guys were dealing with. That's 2 weeks in a row I've been focused on gold.
Yeah.
One thing that Mike Bellafiore from SMB always says is you're only as good as the market you're trading. And I think I almost understand that now on a deeper level than I did when I was working with him every day in New York. You're only as good as the market you're trading. It's pretty profound.
All right, so I moved my stop up to minus 0.5R because I don't know, I want to entertain the talking that's taking place right now, and I'll just wait it out. Got taken out there. No follow through higher that we wanted to see. So I'm just going to wait. Did it just take me out to go back up? Oh, look at that. It may want to bounce after all.
Nice fly eye there, or fly it here, excuse me. Fly eye there or fly it here. Yeah, crude's in a nice little trend here. Crude has been stuck in the mud for a couple of months, right? We had that huge spike up and down in June, and then it has been just really, really stuck. During Q3.
Looks like it may go here.
But crude has moved nicely the past couple days for sure. Seeing that thing open up Monday and Tuesday. Honestly, it's coming off of a really bullish long-term trade location. You got last year's value low the recent lows, like from yesterday. You have quarterly developing value low. You have monthly prior value low and developing low. That was a decent setup in crude until last night's low.
Yes, no movement really for close to an hour. Really the overnight session, but looks like NQ might finally get that bounce. I had moved my stop up and that took me out, so would be funny if it now moves. I'm just going to wait it out and see what the outcome of this range is.
EF47, we have no idea. We can never know the answer to a question like that. Is gold going to continue up or does it just drop here? We never know. We never know. And it's a mistake to try to answer questions like that or to even think questions like that. It's a mistake. The only thing that we can know are if there's an opportunity present right now or not, and how much we want to risk in order to find out if this opportunity is going to be one of the many winners I'll have over the next month or the many losers I'll have over the next month. Those are the things we can know.
Just sideways. Trap-in Tuesdays. That's what we're going to call them.
I'm scratching out of gold. It's making another run at these lows. As I was saying earlier, I do think that the ultimate low is probably a little lower, so let's let the market do its thing for a moment. There's the stop run where, my kind of stop would have been, so I saved myself a little cost there. Let's see what these sellers have. Setting up for a VWAP trade location long if we see a response from there. Let them cook, JM.
Nothing much in ES again. Look at this range it's in. Just chop.
Wait for something to change.
NQ attempting a breakout here. Yeah, if you're still in that long, or if you are long, see if if we can reclaim here and bounce back up. Oh. Yes, a little bit weaker now. All right, NQ starting to, or attempted to bounce. It's still stuck in the same range, both ES and NQ. What's gold doing? Back in gold?
I'm back in. It's just I'm going to be in full-on execution mode in this ideal trade location for me. I will shoot anything that moves, any kind of upward momentum turns from off of a swing low. I'm going to be buying.
We're attempting a wedge break here in NQ. But it's just stuck. ES is not moving as well. This choppy structure. Need something a little bit more with more clarity to really engage in after trying a reversal here. Maybe this is acceptance here, right? We're not able to bounce. We're not able to reclaim the overnight low so far. And this can turn into acceptance. And then maybe as Trump ends, or maybe they have something in that conversation and we move lower.
Ooh, big flush in gold right there.
Yes is now attempting to break down here of this consolidation that it's been in for the last hour. Maybe there's follow through this time. And, you know, if you are short this instrument, then see if it can come down to 67.40s. If not, it'll remain range bound. NQ range bound since 40 minutes now. Not much to do.
Back in the gold. That
So
little move down that caught my eye in gold there earlier when I said that was a big flush in gold. For that 3-minute period, gold did over 600% its normal volume for that 3-minute time slice of the day.
that's a lot.
That's a lot. Not a good look down here. A little too mushy, a little too trading into VWAP from below and not wicking it back through. The flush down was fantastic. You want to see that quickly get reversed, not a volume build like we're seeing right here. I'm not going to scratch it, but I don't like what I'm seeing.
Yeah, I don't like what I'm seeing in ES and NQ either. It's just flat.
Oh yeah, those are disgusting right now. At least gold is moving.
All
I
right, so this
retweeted
is
this guy. I
the
don't know who he is or what it, what he's all about or anything like that, but I really loved his thing he was pointing out yesterday, which was, some of these really sophisticated trading houses are beefing up their discretionary trader pods. Think about that. Think about the timing of that. Think about what's the main thesis in the world right now. It's AI, right? It's crazy to think about, but it's almost like yay humanity. It's like it's kind of futuristic, but humans, we are the most powerful, right? We are able to process the most context. We are able to make amazing decisions with our brains that, at least as it still stands, and as some of these sophisticated firms are placing bets on the future, even, that maybe once it becomes all the machines versus each other, the human comes in with the most edge. How exciting is that, guys? How exciting is that? So anyways, I retweeted it. I was like, wow, that's really good news for us. That's really cool.
the range remains.
JS.
I mean, this is NQ's attempt here to try and move lower. Like it needs to go from here if we are. If not, it'll just go back up. This is a lower, low, lower, high attempt of a breakdown. So it has to reject from here. We have our wedge structure. Or like a tight one here, aggressive. So this is the first 90-minute lower, low, lower, high breakdown attempt. If it cannot move lower, then price would just move back up. But don't want to engage here as we just remain in this chop. Back up it is. Nothing really directionally happening in NQ or ES. I tried the reversal, didn't work out. Now it's just in chop mode. Things like these happen and you just have to wait it out. Maybe now it attempts that move.
Another 20, 30 ticks of favorable excursion in gold off of a really well-timed entry. I have no freaking clue if it's going to be the one that potentially works bigly or not. Nor do I care. Sorry, that doesn't make for as entertaining of a stream as people who are like yipping and hollering and yelling at their positions working out. But for me, I find that to be very prohibitive to my overall mental balance and staying objective.
Yeah, it gets quiet here when it's just range bound. It's like what can you really do here? Or with your, positions that you have on. Pretty flat. So far correcting through time, which is that sideways to higher structure I keep talking about. Maybe we're seeing a potential high here on the daily. And maybe we pull back. Yeah, how are you guys doing? I mean, it's tough to say if you guys are short or long because we're not really moving. NQ in a 30-point range for the last hour, ES in a 8-point range, let's say 9-point range for that last hour. Not really. I mean, ES hasn't really moved overnight, so train that must be not the best of times.
Scaled out of a third of gold. Nothing fancy about the scale out. It's just look at the rhythm. Look at how this market is ebbing and flowing. And we're just starting to cross into that threshold of, hey, that's a decent up rotation from that low that I'm long from. So, hey, probabilities begin to skew that perhaps we see more of a downward rotation. So that's a risk to the position. So we take a little off, right? To me, scaling out is always at places not where I have said, hey, I have a risk reward multiple here, right? Like right now, I'm probably at like 3.5 to 1 or something like that. That doesn't matter to me personally. I want to focus on market generated information at all points where I'm taking risk off rather than my own created information. So the first scale for me is typically at some point where there's a little stop run or there's a nice rhythm rotation on my trading time frame. So that's what we've gotten so far. So that's the update.
Hey, I have a question for you. Being of that you have the program where it's a prop account into transitioning to traders for your firm.
Mhm.
What would you say after seeing all of those tryouts, traders? What would you say are maybe the top two things that are repeated over and over and over again in those people trying out? Like, what is that? Maybe that consistent behavior or
Common
maybe
thread
mistake.
between the ones that make it and do well.
Yeah.
To me, it's about the things that I see them doing outside of trading. So I've said this for years, that the real work of trading is done outside of the opening and closing bell. And it's no different than the cream of the crop in sports or athletics. What makes those guys and gals able to come in and be elite from the time the whistle blows to start to the time the whistle blows to end, whatever the sport is, it's what they've done outside of those moments when the whistle blows. But for some reason, traders want to come in and they want to trade. They're ready for the opening bell, and the only thing that matters is the trading session. And then they're done, and then they're out of there.
Yep.
And then they're not taking care of their mind and their spirit and their bodies, and it's a mess. And so you show up as a mess in between the opening and closing bell. So the most common thread of people that I have seen who pass our tryout and do well, who do well enough to even pass the tryout, is that work outside of trading. So, I have a personal call with everyone who comes onto our desk, and I get to see the type of things that they're doing. Now, granted, that doesn't mean that there's not holes in maybe, hey, we could make your review process a little better. We could add this kind of thing to what you're doing. But the work that they have put in outside of trading is undeniable for the cream of the crop.
Hopefully everybody took notes on that.
What do some of those things look like would be a good follow-up question, right? How well do they prep for the session? Are they journaling and doing things like putting a little note on the screen for me to review after the session, right? All those type of journaling things. What does their review work look like? Are they even doing reviews, right? Are they aware of their stats, what they're typically run for their strategy in terms of win percent and average win to average loss ratio, right? Your core expectancy type stats. You don't have to get fancy with it, but are you aware at where those things are and who you are as a trader? And then work that I know Chris has put in, which is around documentation of building out your playbooks, building out your repertoire of how the work that goes into designing and implementing and tweaking and refining a process with edge, right? So that would be number one is the work. Number two is kind of a factor of that work, which is the trader knows who they are as a trader. They know what their system is as a trader. When I sit down with them and talk with them and say, hey, where does your edge come from, right? Tell me about the type of tools that you lean on and what do you look at to determine where an opportunity is. How the trader can answer those questions is very, very telling as to where they're at on the full development curve. Yeah, John says, this seems like the bare minimum to be successful at all, LOL. I couldn't agree more, John, but you would not believe what people, how low the bar is for some people. I think just there's a super low success rate in trading. And from my experience, there's a super low rate of people who want to put in the type of work that it's going to take to really, really be good, or at least have it as a sustainable hobby of trading. So anyways, I'll step off the soapbox here, but great question. Love it, Chris. That's you brought out a very, very important topic there.
I think it's useful for all to hear, just because it reminds them, hey, they're not doing these things that they need to be doing, and maybe it's a wake up call.
Yeah, because it's a competitive landscape, right? You're competing against the rest of us, so if you want to get to those levels, honestly, you got to outwork people. You really do.
I tell everybody it's a performance game, and you're an athlete, and you need to do the work outside of the field, right? Watching the film, doing the practice runs, doing the physical therapy, eating healthy, like all these things that they do, you got to apply to yourself on the trading side.
Rod brings up a great point. What no one talks enough about is none of that stuff, journaling, prep, review, means anything if one system has no edge. I mostly agree with that, Rod, and I think it's a fantastic devil's advocate point. I think that there's a chicken or the egg here, okay? Maybe they don't have edge yet. But if they don't have edge and you don't do prep, journal, and review to iterate over the methodology and build out your playbook and refine what works and what doesn't and track those things, you're never going to have it. So maybe some of that stuff is a little bit spinning your wheels for a while. But guess what, guys? There's pretty much no way for a trader to enter the world of trading and try to figure out trading and not spin your wheels for 8 months or a year, right? That's what you're looking at trying to come into this game. That's how hard it is. You've got to spin the wheels a little bit, even for people, I would say, who come in and take my course. I think the NinjaTrader course is the best thing since sliced bread. I really do. And you come into that course, you're going to struggle. You're going to spin your wheels. You're going to get things wrong. You're going to have to relearn concepts. You're going to have to be told by principals or peers or mentors that you're doing something wrong, that this read was wrong. That's how it is, guys. So, Rod, I think while that's a great point and not enough people admit to themselves that they actually don't have edge, putting in that work will at least help you discover the lack of edge and how to refine it and how to get better and how to start to get some edge. I firmly believe that. You bang into some, Chris?
Yeah, we're breaking out here in NQ after holding the support area. So
okay.
I jumped back in it.
Nice order flow on the tape behind this up move. The buyers are really stepping in.
Well, a few points late. Let's see where my entry should have been. My entry should have been at 962. I'm in at 966. That's a 4-point difference. You know, some people may not really. You have to review your entries and see, oh, where was my entry versus where did my entry needed to be. That's part of your review process.
Mm-hmm. Yep. How good was my execution today? Did I hesitate? Was I a little late on something? And then go beyond that. Don't just answer that question. Go beyond it into the whys. Was Merritt rambling about a point that distracted me and caused me? No, that's a real thing with us who are doing some of this streaming, is that there are distractions that don't normally come. Like, Chris is listening to me as he's trying to work and do other things right now, and that makes his job harder. Streaming is harder than just trading without streaming. Especially, I would say, just not by yourself stream. By yourself, you're just kind of talking out loud, and there can be actually some really helpful things about that. But streaming with someone else, there's a new dynamic, right? There's social things. There's ingesting information that the other person is saying.
Yeah.
Stuff like that. So.
Doesn't look like it. Let's see how the higher low here looks. I'll move up my stop shortly. But that original reversal that I took earlier, the stop was respected this whole time. And now it hit 1.2R on that. Doesn't look like it. I'll probably take a stop, and then that'll be the end of my. When I go through 2 stops, I pretty much put myself like in timeout and wait until we leave this area. So no go on that. Probably stop engaging in this area until we leave out of here now.
One important point that comes up for me as I sit in this long gold trade is I got the favorable rotation. I got the scale out. My mindset, the things that I'm focusing on, the level of intensity of my focus is entirely different than it was as I'm stalking the entry or looking for that moment to scale out initially. It's entirely different. And there's a couple of big benefits for this. Two big benefits I'd like to go through. One, your overall energy for the full session. I talk to a lot of traders who are absolutely beat up and tired and just wasted away after a trading session. And typically, the traders who are that way are overly focused at times when there is no reason for it. They are intently watching every single tick instead of moving in and out of this place where you need to be super intense and super focused and super ready to react very, very quickly and thinking sharply and just full RAM and brain power, right? And then you got to come out of that mode. You got to go into another place where it is more laid back. And the second big benefit of doing so is you're then less prone to overmanaging, overthinking, overdoing, which is a killer for many, many, many traders that I run into. The ability to do less is a superpower. And zooming out and coming out of like I'm leaning forward in my chair and I have my hand on the mouse or the hotkeys, coming out of that mode when and where appropriate and knowing how to alternate between those modes saves your energy, makes you better for longer, and makes your trading better in terms of less over decisioning, over activity. It's a big deal.
But ES has come down slowly to this London low, 67.43 area, NQ, back in the range. Not really doing anything. Maybe later in the day, after the lunch session, it moves. I'll still look to buy if we drop to prior week high. I'll buy that. If rules are met, of course. Yeah, all the EMAs are pointing down, Mike, but it's that's a short-term downtrend on a 2-minute. When you're in an uptrend and you're coming into support, the short-term trend into it is sort of just telling you the downtrend into that area of support. The higher time frame, as I like to call buyers, are stepping into that area. So the 2-minute, the way that the 2-minute moving averages are pointing doesn't really matter until we fail to hold at that support level. Does that make sense? Like, this is just indicating that there's a short-term downtrend into support, but unless we form acceptance here, and this is what may be becoming, and we break lower and see follow through lower, to me, it's not a break of the support level. Like this is just chop at support. We're just dancing around it.
Downtown, that's a great question. What trait do you think is worse, being hesitant or being overconfident? I think hesitant is by far the worst problem for a trader. Why is that? If you're overconfident, and you know, typically that's going to show up in being overactive, doing too many things here, trying too much, right? Because you're confident that, oh yeah, this can work, right? Hesitancy on the other end is, I know I should do this, but there is fear that is gripping me. There is something that I cannot accept about the risk, about something or for the act of trading. Myself and other guys who run proprietary trading desks have had this conversation before. Give us a trader that we need to rein in a bit all day over a trader that we continue to have to push to, hey, take the risk. You know, you're supposed to do this. Quit hesitating. Do it. It's a much, much more difficult thing. Doesn't mean it can't be overcome. I don't want to discourage people who deal with that. But being hesitant is a harder, in general, thing to overcome because you have to deal with fears and things like that versus someone who's a little overactive because they're overly confident. You just got to get them to refine, hey, here are your moments. Nothing else is your moments. Here is where you have edge. Nothing else is where you have edge. Channel that energy, channel that aggressiveness. That's much easier to work with from someone in my seat who runs a desk of traders.
I'll give you an example of that, of my brother. He does really well with options in certain areas of the market. I mean, he's just learning, right? Like he's going through that learning stage, and I'm starting to guide him.
That's cool.
But he'll, you know, he can turn 2,500 into 100 grand, and in like 2 weeks. It's wild. Cool. I don't want to know how, because that risk is just insane.
You got to take risks to do that. That's for sure.
But the week after, he'll lose it all, right?
Of course, yeah.
And so it's I see that in myself. I'm like, yes, be aggressive, but understand the window where you need to be aggressive. And he'll continue to apply that same aggressiveness in an environment that's no longer supportive of that.
Have him come trade for me, man. That's what we do, is we put training wheels on guys like that. We put guardrails. We put structure in place for people like that so that they're able to go hard, but then there's guardrails and we're able to keep them a bit safer than they're able to do on their own. That's what we do. That is the benefit to trading prop, is an environment that's conducive to growing, getting better, fostering healthy competition, oversight, accountability, risk management, guardrails.
Yeah.
It's not the funding. Funding is easy to get. A really good environment is why you should go to apterostrading.com. Shameless plug.
I'm going to send them over.
That's cool, though. I mean, he's really got something there if he's able to put up those kind of obviously highly leveraged, overly risky type of returns, but there's something there, right?
Yeah.
Just got to control his downside. Let the upside continue to take care of itself. One thing that might help him too is in terms of like a mental framework type of thing, a belief system, is understanding what the best in the world historically and present day have ever been able to do, right? So making 1,000% in 2 weeks is by definition going to blow up. It is unsustainable, right?
Yeah.
So having him understand, hey, here's a risk profile that gets me into the world where I'm still performing very, very high level, but it's at a place that's reasonable. It's so easy to, especially early on, to say, oh, I want to make this dollar amount. Well, you only have this size account, so that dollar amount doesn't make sense, right? Once you have a bigger account, then the dollars will be bigger correspondingly, but the percent risk has to make sense with what you're doing.
The learning process.
That's really cool though, man. That's awesome.
And ES never really left its overnight range. Gravitated a little bit to the downside.
Yeah, early on we had all that buying in the S&P. It ran up. It one ticked the overnight high, and then there was that little additional spike, 853 there. And then what does it do? It comes down. Can't even take it out, but still it comes down to the other end of that chop fest. And so it's a rotational situation until proven otherwise. What I tend to do that can help me if I was super interested in trading the S&P here today, a lot of times I'll come in and I'll say, all right, here's the chop fest that we're dealing with coming into the session. And unless I see something, right, that term that Chris and I both love to use, except outside of that, actually start to put something meaningful, not just a probe that wicks and fails, but something that starts to hold meaningfully outside of that overnight chop, then and only then is something different and is something changed about that market to where it makes a ton of sense to engage if it works for your overall, method and plan and everything.
Yeah. Jim, send me a message on X and we can talk. I have my X handle down here. Yeah, thanks guys for sharing my link. A non-event this morning. You ready for next month, Merritt?
I am. I'm looking forward to it. It'll be fun.
XY's in the house.
Good morning. Good morning.
Morning.
Nice market, huh?
Gold's not bad.
Everyone's on gold. You're either suffering on NASDAQ or you're in gold, huh?
Yep.
Have you done you just done gold only, and Chris, you're on the NQ?
Yeah.
Yeah, NQ is kind of a drag today, but I will make it work. Yeah, what's up, room? Yeah, I've
You're
just
long
been
or
getting
short?
some longs. I'm trying to get paid. Well, this one worked out. We got paid on it already, but I tried to double dip this thing all the way through up to VWAP again. I'm literally just buying this LVN here, the edge of this node. So see how it goes.
It's been respecting that the last hour.
Yeah, I heard you talking about like a high time frame support. This is what I have. I have this little zone right here from this volume here, which is why I'm still interested in longs. But it's a little dicey. I'm not gonna lie. But
Yeah,
the
that's the
risk,
key LVN from yesterday, right? That's where that data comes from, right?
yeah, it's like right here.
Yep.
So
it's doing this is a common, I'm sure you know, a common profiling thing, right? It goes into an LVN, and what it's doing right now is filling it in, right?
mm-hmm.
Well, cool, man. I feel like we're passing off a pretty nasty baton to you here, but good luck.
Yeah, I'll try to make it work. Wish me luck.
Don't force it. You got this.
Yeah, I'm gonna get out of here as well.
All right,
Chat,
see you guys.
enjoyed it. Great questions today, Chris.
Yeah, good
A pleasure
commentary.
as always.
We'll see you next week. All right, you
Yeah,
enjoy
man.
the rest of your sesh, XY.
See you, Chris.
Yeah, XY.
Later, guys.
Good morning, chat. Hey, what's up, Shab? Nautilus, what's up, man? The greatest content maker there ever was. Wrestling promo. Yeah, I think I just got stopped break even on 4 lots here. I had 7. I had 7 down here or right here. I got everything except 1 off at VWAP, so I held 1 in case it ran it higher, trailed out of that, and then I double dipped it down here. I double dipped it, it got long again. It's just the edge of this node, just the edge of value right now. I might, yeah. I'm gonna try to get in again. So I'm just gonna keep doing this until it stops working. The first time I got paid on 6 out of 7, super nice. This one I got paid on 3 out of 7. 4 came back to me. I thought, second attempt fail. You're gonna get back to overnight low VWAP and stuff and keep going, but nope. But still, we got 3 out of 7. It's okay. The way I do these things is I just ride it till the wheels fall off. If they're going to keep bidding this spot, I'm going to keep buying it and risking it until it stops working. It's worked 2 out of 2 times. See if it works 3 out of 3 times. If not, beat the stop, move on. But really simple here. Got paid to sleep in. No, I got to my charts around like 7:10, or let's say 15 minutes ago for different time zones. So I slept in a little bit, but not too much. I got a long week. We got the all day stream on Thursday. If you guys haven't signed up for that, please do. I'm sure they'll put a sign up link somewhere. We do have an all day stream that I got to be up for by 6 o'clock my time. So I'm going to be waking up around like 5. And then Friday is a morning stream again. So today I got double duty. This stream, trade the close. Tomorrow, trade the close. Thursday, all day. Friday, morning. So, yeah, you guys better sign up because Trader Nautilus, man, he did work on that video. If not, Nick will go into all of your DMs and make sure you guys sign it. Dude, that video was legit, Nautilus. Unlucky. That's funny, man. 6:30 a.m. wake up is not great. Yeah. Well, I gotta wake up before that. The stream starts at 6 our time, Jackson. So gotta be up at like 5 latest, get ready and all that stuff. Where is Stowe? Stowe's day off. Stowe's only day off is today, so I hope he's chilling. We are extremely close to the low here. I'll go in smaller size on this. It's not the entry I wanted. Wasn't really paying attention, but I'm ready to scratch out of this if they don't actually drive this thing up. Um, yeah, I'm gonna scratch out. Hey, Stowe's here. Morning, Stowe. Stowe, your presence has been requested. For what? I'm not sure. The Birds had a nice win, dude. Man. So Sunday was my birthday. All my friends are like, oh, happy birthday, blah, blah, blah. The Birds. They're texting me during the game. And I'm like, these guys, more specifically, the offensive coordinator is doing his best job of trying to ruin my birthday on Sunday. For whoever watched that game, whoever is an Eagles fan, the only thing that could have made it a happy birthday was to get a notification that he was in fact fired from the staff. As of this morning, I have not been notified that our OC has been fired. So it's a nice win, but the whole was because of the play calling, right? It was so bad that even Jalen Hurts at some point you see him like in the offensive coach's face, like, "Hey, come on, let me play my game." They finally let him play his game, and what happens, right? Proper play calling. Yeah, that was brutal. It was so brutal. Yeah, Tom Brooks, that's the key word here. It looked the best in the second half of the third quarter into the fourth. But I think they literally stopped listening to the OC, or Sirianni finally said, I'm gonna take over play calling for the rest of the game. Because the OC's been doing that for the last three games, right? He did it game one, the Chiefs, the same sort of play calling. It was like 2023 all over again with the guy that we fired. What was his name? Brian Johnson, right? Last year we got Kellen Moore, ended up being really nice, got a chip, and then the Falcons took him for head coach position. So now we got a new OC. Yeah, why would you throw the ball around when you don't have to? So that you don't get into the deficit that they got into in the first half. What did they do? Right. Yeah, the D coordinator, I mean, he's working with a lot less of a defense than he had last year too, though. That is definitely something to note. They kind of gutted the defense in favor of trying to keep the offense, which is a really expensive offense. Oh yeah, the Saints. My bad. Yeah, the Saints took Kellen Moore from us. He was nice. Yeah, it sucks for Jalen Hurts too. I mean, this guy's going through so many OCs in his career. There's no like continuity. Finally let Jalen Hurts open up his game and good things happen. You can't really open up a pass game with running. You have to open up the run game with passing. Nick. Hey Nick, you a Cowboys fan? Never asked. It's gonna dump. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I'm still tempted to get in longs, but the tape is really heavy. And try this long again with the momentum. Either it goes or I'm getting the hell out of this. Nope. I'm literally waiting for the buy tape to come in. So giving it a little bit of time here. You guys notice I scratch out of a lot of trades. Don't really like it coming down to my stop. Range is super narrow, still 80 points. Cannot be too greedy with take profits. I'm stuck in chop shorting. Sorry to hear that, man. It's not really a great place to short these lows because of the high time frames you can see here where we are. There is a node that I'm expecting a hold. They did come down just to the top of it, and the market did find a bid, and it's kind of working through that right now. So that's why I'm long biased in this particular location, unless they can really drive this lower. Yes, is kind of a bit weak, so I'm wary of that. I am still ready to just scratch the trade if the buy side does not continue to pull price up. We do have 100 lots just sitting at 55, going up to the 59, up to the 60s now. So yeah, the 100 lots just moving around, dancing around. I don't really expect that they're looking for a fill, but we'll see. Narrow range, narrow TPs. ES is trying to buy these 45s too. So ES has a lot of sell tape under the 46s. If they can actually clear that and start trading above it, then I think the longs are going to be really nice. NQ's tape is not as nasty down there as ES's. Yeah, Leo, I mean, Jalen's story is kind of crazy. Got benched for Tua. Tua turned the ball over. Yeah. I mean, he's a scrappy guy. Good head on his shoulders. I mean, I'm super happy to have a QB like Jalen Hurts. He's the only QB that can get all kinds of accolades, and they'll say like he's just not that good. Luckily, he doesn't care too much. I mean, the Eagles, what the two to three other seasons, they're the only team where you can actually have a good score, and everyone will say like, "Oh, you're not good." You know, you got to be blowing out other teams, which it's not a hard case to make because yeah, some of their wins are just they're really dicey. Like the Chiefs win was pretty dicey. The Cowboys win, I mean, dude, Dak Prescott was turned back into his prime for that game. Yeah, all of their wins have been not exactly what's the word? Decisive. So the second half after that last Rams touchdown, yeah, that was an Eagles team that looks like a bowl team for sure. But the offense completely transformed through the play calling. Absolutely. AJ Brown had as many touches in that game, more than the first two games combined. Opened up the run game for Saquon too. Before that, I mean, this guy had like 20 yards or something. I'm gonna go down to one here. We're reaching like the extreme part of the day's range again. So we got paid 3 times on the longs down here. I think we took 2 scratches earlier and a small little loss. So it's a great day. Can't complain. Even in this nasty range, you just got to be really patient and let the market turn slowly. And then make sure you book your profits. You know, it's not that many points, maybe like 20 points, but it can just come right back. So Yeah, like earlier, the first longs that I had, scaling out of 7, just into his thing through, and then just get out of 3. I got more greedy on the second one. I only got 3 out of 4. The first trade, I was down to 2 at this point already, getting one off overnight low and then the rest. And then I only got in 5 here because I'm up a little higher than I'd like to be. I'd like to be around here in the 30s and then move it up. So see what they do. I might actually just flatten it here and take this and just not care. We are seeing buy order flow still, so I'm letting it go for now, as long as the order flow stays pretty buy side. Yeah, I'm gonna take it. So scalping out of that. We'll see if they give another long or something. What's up, Larry? Larry, happy birthday again. Dude, Jeff, yeah, there were blocked kicks all the way through the day, even the later games, and then there were blocked punts. I mean, Jordan Davis with the double block kicks, that's I thought week 1 Ravens Bills was absolutely undoubtedly going to be game of the year. But the Rams Eagles game definitely gave it a run for its money because of how crazy it ended. Oh, Trump was speaking. Yeah, so scalped fully out of that long. If the market does hold here and just run up entirely, I'm not going to feel bad about it. The days like this, I am not looking for extensions. I'm looking to book the profits as I'm right when it approaches any kind of extreme part of the range. I mean, value is value is like 25 points. So to me, it would not make that much sense to hold this still at the upper part of value as it's not been able to break, and risk it coming back. Yes, I got profits out of 4 out of 5 already, but still the odds of it coming back are pretty high. If it doesn't, cool, but it's kind of like I see it as I have an entry up here now. And if I did, I would not, the risk to reward just doesn't make sense. So for that last position, I'd rather just get paid on it. And what do I think about Derrick Henry fumbling? I feel bad, man. I mean, you see how hard he takes it. He's like, I mean, you can say probably top 2 running back, I would say. He's had a fumble every game, which kind of sucks. It's like a huge stain on his season right now. That's the game. You got to take care of the ball. Yeah, one underrated thing about Jalen Hurts, I will say, is this guy does not turn the ball over. Very disciplined. Obviously, it's because they have a heavy run game. A lot of plays are running plays, but I mean, that's I think in basketball, you would always say that defense wins championships. Just not the flashy offenses, none of that. It's defense. Taking care of the ball leads to good things. Led to a bowl last year. Very low turnover rate. Everyone's like, oh, why doesn't he pass all the time? He's got, 2 WR1s, right? Which, yeah, I mean, Devontae Smith and AJ Brown both can be wide receiver ones, but take care of the ball, good things happen. Davis, yeah, dude. Jordan Davis, legit. Him and Jalen Carter in the front. I mean, that must suck to go against, right? I think on the second kick, the guy that was right in between Jalen Carter and Jordan Davis, that guy got literally sat on. You can see him just like falling on his ass trying to handle those two. Who wouldn't? I mean, this guy, I saw something like Jordan Davis is something like 300, almost 330 after losing 20 something pounds. And he ran like almost 19 miles an hour on that return. What time do you transition to scalp mode after the open? When I'm starting to see the range compress. Um, by the time I got to desk, I'm seeing this, right? So I'm seeing the range like this. I'm looking for, sorry, longs. Again, why am I looking for longs? It's pretty simple. It's just right here. I have this area marked as some pretty interesting order flow. They did hold price. It's tested it. It's going. It's holding. So we're waiting. And eventually I took this long here as it came into, well, it's not such a low volume area anymore, but this was the edge of the profile at the time before they came lower again. Seeing it hold higher, coming up, I missed this long because I just got to desk. I didn't want to just jump into something, but seeing them have this hold a little higher gave me confidence to try to test this. I mean, the stops can be really tight today, right? The range is narrow. So got a really nice, this is probably going to be my best trade of this morning session because I'm not sure what the market's going to do from here on out. But yeah, this was a really nice one, little sweep. So by then you can see that the range is already contracting. And it's not just that by price the range is contracted. There was a pretty heavy offer here, passive, right? You can see the delta just building up every time they come up here. And then even on this way up, it's just building, building, building. So price is being held, right? On the downside, this is where I expect a hold because of high time frame. And then on the upside, we have a passive offer just sitting there. And until it gets filled, it's just going to continue to offer. So I'm not going to guess that it's going to fill this time around. So yeah, I peeled off majority of everything. 5 out of 7 already off. Got one and then held one. So seeing it fail again at VWAP doesn't really give me the confidence that the market's looking to extend upside. And if it does without me, it does. I'm going to exploit the longs down here. Like I said, I'm going to use these get these longs until the wheels fall off and keep getting paid on them or just scratch out or just a really small loss. This is what I do. I call it like the food bank. So when prices interact like this, they give you a constant like re-offer, rebid, the same spot over and over. Just do it until it stops working. By the time it stops working, you've already made more money than you're gonna lose right then and there, and your day is done. Work is done. I wouldn't short here, no, because I do make note of like the possible runway. I'm not very convinced that the market is going to move lower here just yet. So the shorts would absolutely be capped here. At least with the longs, I can give it a chance to break upside and continue back through here. So with my longs, I'm looking to scale out and at least hold some for this test. And if they start stalling here, I'll just take it off again. That's the way I look at it. Whose question was that again? Oh, Lido. Yeah. Looks like a day without any big players at the table. Yeah, no one's really driving this thing. That's for sure. Imagine Carter fan if all blitz rules were real. Man, I can't believe Jalen Carter didn't play game one because he spat in Dak Prescott's face. That was an easy bait, man. But hopefully he learned. Exhaustion and absorption. Well, absorption is what you're seeing here at these upper prices, right? You're seeing the delta build. So these are buy orders hitting at market. So they're crossing the tape to hit the passive offer. And price isn't able to move. So there is a passive seller just eating up all of that aggressive buying right now. And that would be absorption. Exhaustion is what would happen up here, right? Absorption up here. They push it through and they just fail. They fail to really build enough interest to push this thing through. That's exhaustion. Then you come back down, you test lower. MA, paintingthetape.net. There is an actual, Leo has a playbook, and in it he has a write-up about exhaustion and absorption with cool pictures, examples. So paintingthetape.net. You want to learn about exhaustion and absorption, anything order flow, go on there. Why no line today? I don't know. There's no line. Guys, there's no line to be drawn. You got to know when the edge is there and when it ain't. You know what I mean? Yeah, shorts really not worth the risk. Even if they were, so okay, you could say shorts are worth the risk because you can get on the edge and risk, this new swing that they put in. To me, I find it more to be, it's not worth the effort. It's not worth my mental capital. It's just one day of trade. It's just, I mean, the market can change later. Why interact with this now when it's doing everything that you hate? You know what I mean? Um, the market's not going anywhere. Plenty of hours left in the day, plenty of days left in the week, weeks left in the year. Um, this is an analogy that I gave to my buddies in regards to trying to navigate days that don't really provide you, let's just say, provide you as good of an edge as other days. Let's not say, oh, there's no edge. Sure, you can extract edge at any time. Sure, whatever. But it's the same idea as, let's just say, we're walking around, me and my buddies, we go gamble sometimes. We walk around the casino and you see a table, like you say, I want to play some blackjack. And there's a pit, there's 5 tables, and on every table, you're just seeing the dealer just watch all the players. In what moment would you be like, I want to sit at that table? Actually, we should sit and play at this table right now where the players are getting absolutely hammered. It would be the same thing to do so in this market, right? If the market's doing something you don't like, and you choose to try to trade it, you are doing that exact same thing. You are seeing a table where everyone's losing their chips. It's dead quiet because the dealer keeps making hands, and you decide, I'm gonna sit down right here. It would be the same thing. So for anyone who participates in table games, heed that analogy. If the market's not doing anything that you feel gives you distinct advantages, yeah, Jason is .net. Yeah, I can fix her. That's essentially what you'd be saying. Shorts are capped because of yesterday's bounce. Shorts are capped because of this right here. So how I visualize this, how I digest this is yesterday's move up. There was a time, right, as they breached the prior day high that they found an offer. And what did they do? They actually lifted that offer. They built this node because there's a big offer, but they also lifted through it. So on the way back, I would expect this build here, which contains a lot of buyers because they had to lift through this offer and held the pullback to be able to hold price if the market is trending up, right? So the market is, in fact, trending up. And as it does that, key pieces of volume should be able to hold price. And you can see that's what it's doing right here. So downside, I'll believe it when I see it, is my approach. And if I'm short here, within 30, let's just say I get a really good entry within like 25 points, we're already like, all right, this is probably the cap of the downside move. What else? Dak instigated Jalen so good. Yeah, he did, man. It's too easy. But you're talking about a vet versus a little young guns, so give him some time. What was I gonna say? I was gonna say something. Oh, I will have you guys know that the playbook is essentially finished. So, what I will need to do is get it put up on the site, but I think we need to attach something to this. I think we need you guys to go ahead and sign up for the arena challenge on Thursday if you haven't already done so. Van, these are Heikanashis. I don't know if Leo owns Heikanashis on a proprietary basis. I don't think so, but these are Heikanashis. Are these Leo Heikanashis? I don't know. Are they like a special edition collab? Maybe. But no, these are Heikanashis. Yeah, like the stream. I need to work with Stowe or Leo and get this formatted onto the website for you guys, but the playbook is done. So what's going to happen is I've released a whole framework, my entire framework. And over time, as sessions present certain setups, I will then make write-ups of those particular setups. So paintingthetape.net, it will be released there. Maybe end of week. Yeah, putting money on me for Thursday is not a good, it's not a good bet. It's an all day competition and I don't trade all day. So if you guys are smart, it'd be on Stowe. I think me and Nick are easily the worst bets. When it's going to release? I don't know. I don't know. But yeah, I think I just need to go and proofread everything. Proofread, it's text and images and a little bit of some small, like really short videos to illustrate things. The Browns were the worst bets. Browns or Bears? Um, yeah, I don't know. We'll see when to release it. Yep, there it is. Did you not watch that Bears game? Browns and the Bears, man. That's the real competition. Do I use recent bid ask or pull stack or both? I use both. You will see. Yeah, I just gotta get it posted, but it's I stayed up extra late yesterday completing the playbook before having to get up early today, but it's done. I am relieved that it's done because day in and day out I am asked about it when playbook. We'll see. I'll talk to the guys and see I'll see what we should do with the release. But it's there. It's quite literally everything that I look at, everything I do, how I do it. The only thing that is not available yet are individual setups. Kind of like, say the dead body setup, right? I'm gonna wait till there's a day that it actually presents and plays out, and I will do a full addition to the playbook as I make those plays. When it comes to certain plays, there's not that many, right? I really do the same thing over and over. If you guys went through the playbook, you would know exactly what my trades look like. I just like to really try to get into the edges of price. Have I thought to apply to a bigger fund firm? No. I do note in my playbook at some point that we do have a nice edge as retail traders of not having to constantly produce alpha day in, day out, minute by minute, hour by hour. That's not something I would look to give up. That's even assuming that I could actually get hired, but you know what I mean? Fractal. Yeah, I mean, it hasn't really been in the market. That setup hasn't really presented in the market for a while. So, but I mean, you don't really need it, right? You can attach fancy names to certain setups, but at the end of the day, you learn a process and a strategy. You can trade anything else. Chat's crazy. Yeah, so if you are just tuning in, I'm not looking to interact within this range for the rest of the session. I've already got three winners on longs down here. My P&L is nicely padded. I need to come back later with Leo for trade the close. Hopefully the market's doing something else. If the market's not doing anything differently, I likely won't be doing anything differently. We are still in an 80-point range. ES is in like a 3-point range. Yeah, largely I would have considered my work to be already done. So D Brown, it's the way to do it, man. You don't have to be constantly trying to make money out of every wiggle, that's for sure. Average number of trades per session, it really can vary, Reptar. For anyone who's been like on a lot of my streams, you can definitely notice some days it's like one trade, some days it's three, some days it's like six. FOMC, the recent FOMC, I think I fired off like 8 trades for trade the close, and this is probably within like an hour. All right, so it's really dependent on what's happening, also what's not happening. Yeah, it depends on a lot of things. I don't really pay attention too much to trade frequency. I look at it through like a window. How long have I been trading? Has it been 10 minutes? Has it been 15? Has it been 30? Has it been an hour? Has it been 2? Usually, if I'm still trading 2 hours in, things are not exactly going my way. If I'm still trading 2 hours in, likely I am not big green. I'm either okay green, close to even, or like red. I think that's just the reality of it. So I don't like to trade for too long. Easier to sustain a consistent process too if I don't do that. Wix will send me to my grave. Well, it is a Wick graveyard, honestly. You're finding some good sell, right? If you just look at this delta by price, as price inches up towards the edge of value and a little outside of it, there's a huge passive seller. We say huge in relation to the day's scale, okay? How much do they really have? We have no idea. But they're sitting on price. The buyers can't and won't buy through it. And as we come back down, you do see the market pouring negative delta back in. So up top to the middle, there is definitely selling. But when it gets to the downside, the selling just shuts off. Right. So that's the context that I'm working with. When the selling starts to shut off, I'm going to look to get long. And when we start to head back into the selling, I'm scaling out along the way. And for my last one or two, when we're at this edge, if I see that the selling is still present and the buyers aren't really trying to lift that tape, I'm going to get out of it. If I see them start to lift the tape, I'm going to stay in it, give them a shot. If they lift the tape and price falls under where they're lifting, I'm getting out of it. So that's how I've managed my trades on the long side this entire day so far. Opening drive down, call it a day. You might have caught the trade of the day. Anyone who caught this opening drive lower. Even this failed attempt back into where the day opened right here. Continuation lower. That's nice too. The nice part about A and B period is, man, you can really get, like, when they make a choice, they make the choice. Afterwards, like after the IB, some decisions are already made and it slows down, definitely. That's something that I also outline in the playbook. The market making decisions. Yeah, the NinjaTrader competition is 1 day, and it's in 2 days. Make sure you go sign up. It's free, and you can win actual cash, so risk-free. Come show us why you're better than us at trading. It shouldn't be that difficult. Chronic, I appreciate that. I hope you're getting value out of all of this word vomiting here. It's the only thing I can do with this market right now. Can you share the names of the horizontal tools on the right-hand side? This is the leg-to-leg delta profile. So it's like a volume profile, but it measures delta by price. It is available with Order Flow Labs. You can go to orderflowlabs.com and it's there. Gaslighting setup. Hans, so I do outline, so as I outline my entire framework, it is in a sense outlining all of my setups. It's not like a playbook without setups. It's quite literally everything I do without any names attached to it. It is top to bottom, my game. From my head into the charts, into the mouse click. But yes, there are some gaslight setups in there for sure. High time frame to low. What am I looking for? Order flow when buying range bottom. Can you show an example? I don't know if you heard me earlier. I just spoke about this. This entire day, as they've gotten to the lows, they've kind of just tapered off on the selling when they have a chance to really push price. Right now, they are certainly not tapering it for once, but they still need to push it, right? So as they're building right now, the further they go, they need to sustain volume. So as they're driving it lower, trying to push outside of the IB, if they do push it outside the IB and there's a taper at some point, it's just going to go right back in. So right now, the 932s, we've got 145 just hit the bid, but 123 just hit the offer. Now they're trading above it. Right under that, we do have a taper. It goes into 17 lots, 53 lots, then 10 lots. So they need to start just sustain volume build down here to keep this thing going. They are reloading on the offer, so that's a good sign. But there is a considerable amount of selling that came in the 932s with a taper underneath them. That is not what I would want to see if I was short. But Stowe's going crazy. Yeah, fractal, I mean, no one really catches the whole thing. It's almost impossible. I think anyone who really catches a whole move like that is lying. Am I looking for the market to shut off? I am not taking any more trades for the rest of this session here if they're gonna lock price in. I've really abused the longs down here. So coming back into the trade the close later with Leo, I'm definitely gonna be looking for a market that has broken out in either direction. If they're still locking price in here with a 25-point value area, yeah, I don't think I'm gonna interact. I consider myself very blessed to already have gotten profits on this kind of day. But yeah, 932s. They definitely tried their best to sell into that. found a buyer, and the sellers decided they are no longer willing to sell under that buyer. And that would be an example of, a visual that the selling has stepped off yet again. Why do I prefer Hackanashi? It cleans up the image for me, cleans up the visual. The 1 minute, it's a lower time frame. I just want to be able to glance at it and understand where it's going, where it's not going. My execution is order flow based, so give me that info, please. Any link? Paintingthetape.net. Pino Soto. Yeah, they drove the market down with some pretty heavy tape just now. Just that when it came time to really put up, they certainly did not. But they flooded on the sell side on this move down, and yeah, not getting what they want. They shut up. Yep. Is it colored by delta? No, it's just colored by, like, is it a up candle or down candle? Yeah, these are just normal candle coloring. Jesse Livermore. Yeah, I do. We certainly appreciate that on stream there are zero expectations for us to have to fire off trades just for the sake of content and entertainment. I would be lying if I said that we didn't ever feel like we should put on a trade. There are some times where we feel like, we feel bad that there's nothing going on, and we'll try to place a trade here and there, ill-advised. We do appreciate the fact that we don't really have to be doing anything. It's just that sometimes we do feel bad if you guys are supporting us, sticking around in a dull market, and there's nothing to really look for or look at. So we do our best. Yeah. Do I only look at Hakanashi? No, only on 1 minute. Everything else is normal candlesticks, like my 1 hour right here. Yeah, I'm glad you guys are getting value out of these streams. It's the whole point of it all. What's up, Joe? Yeah, that's a good analogy. Yeah, this isn't Mario Kart. What's usually risk to reward point wise? Paulo, that's a really convoluted answer. But in short, I don't gauge it by points. I gauge it by where I think the market will go and who I'm playing against. So it could be anywhere from, I don't know, sometimes it's like even 5 points, sometimes it's 12. I like to stay under 12, 10 or 11. But if I have to extend it, I will. I won't keep it really small just because. But the thing about my trading is I will pull myself out of the trade a lot more often than my stop gets hit. When I'm entered into a trade, I do expect to see the market do what I think it's going to do sooner than later. And if it's been a while and it's not, I actually just I'll pull myself out of the trade. I am very quick to hate a trade. And when you operate that way, you have to be ready to re-enter. So, I mean, the last long that I took, I scratched out twice first. I got in, They stalled around, scratched out of it, got in, gave another chance, scratched out of that, and then the third time is when they finally went. Yeah, you go on other streams, it's a little, the trading's a lot dicier for sure. Where is Stowe? Stowe is somewhere. Stowe's always out there. Stowe is staring intently at this low right now on NQ, trying to crack it with his mind. Nautilus, that's actually you hit it right on the head, Nautilus. That's exactly the intention of the show. They want to emphasize proper risk management and survival in the game. I am short, can you tell? Well, you guys need to read between the lines. You understand that the market isn't cracking lower because Stowe is short. They're waiting for him to take his short off before they trade all the way down to 23K. If Stowe's short, longs are off the table, well, I would say everything's off the table right now. They're not even on a table. Yeah, I think a lot of people are anticipating an IB low break right now. Well, I mean, they did it by like what, a tick? Stowe, can you confirm one tick below IB low on that? Or are we still, is this an equal low? This is not an equal low, right? Is the table in the room with us right now? Yeah, there's nothing on the table, guys. Ovi, a perfect analogy, yes. Kind of like Hurts not slinging all the time wins Super Bowls. Absolutely. Defense wins championships, and defense keeps you alive, gives you a chance to make money in the game. Definitely should be defensive with your account. Yes. Table is in the burn pile. You guys are funny. Chop until Powell speaks. The longer the more time I spend in this game, the more I realize I don't have the answer to anything. Literally. The market's going to move when it decides to, and I have no idea when.
Whoa. XYZ.
Hey, Jim.
How are you?
Not too bad. Not too bad.
We have a whopping 16.5 handle range in the E-mini S&P today.
16 and a half. I thought it was like 4 points.
Hang on. Well, that is
Looks like 4 points.
Hang on. Let me adjust it. Hang on. I got to make an adjustment here. So 18 point. I got 18 points right now, high to low. I'm including the overnight session.
Well, at least the ES is like driving somewhere, unlike the
Yeah.
NQ.
Yeah. I don't know. We'll see. I guess 12.
That's the key word. I don't know. We'll see. That's exactly it.
Yeah. 12:35. We're gonna have maybe we'll have some fireworks with Papa Bear, Jerome Powell speaking.
Do you have anything for Stowe? He says, Jim, can you please give me some bearish thesis to lean on? Give him something.
Well, all right. I got a really important piece of information. The market is not really hasn't assimilated yet. It might not know about it, but apparently France's Marcon got caught in traffic, and police had stopped him. He's trying to get to the UN, and so he picked up his phone and called President Trump.
If that ain't bearish, though, I don't know what is.
That was literally. I shared it. I was like, me and Shai were joking about it. That was a headline on Financial Juice today.
That's a flash crash.
Oh my goodness. I don't know. We'll see. We have a hawkish Fed guy today. We have a bearish Fed guy today, dovish Fed guy today. So a lot of confusion, but I think we got to wait till 12:35, and Stowe might have his bearish thesis. Anyway, any event, great job. You're coming back this afternoon, right? You and Leo?
Me and Leo, yep.
Sweet. Love that.
Soon.
All right. I appreciate you, everybody. Appreciate the thumbs up. Let's hit those thumbs up for XYZ. The subscriptions. Thank you, everybody who subscribed today. Greatly appreciate the subscriptions on our channel. It's super important to us. But thank you. And thank you being a great community. Everyone in the chat's been awesome as usual. All high tides lift all boats. So thank you very much for that. So one last thumbs up for XYZ. Let's do it, everybody. He was awesome. All right, man. I'm going to do end the session with a quick edge report, and I will see you this afternoon.
See you, chat.
All right, let's go to crude oil. Crude oil is the story of the day. This is November crude oil up 2.14%. I know I have a lot of lines on my chart, but these lines are worth it. I mean, we have ever since the London initial balance, and this is where it started. This is what sparked the flame right here at 3 o'clock to 3:30 candle. These are 30-minute candles. This thing just drove up. It just marched up nicely. We got to the U.S. initial balance. It kept rolling. It broke through high vol levels. JAX 2, JAX 4, JAX 5, 1-day max. 0DT gamma wall it broke through. R2 it broke through. It broke through JAX 8. I mean, we're really moving here. Nice point of control right now, right where we're at. Yeah, I know the volume profile is kind of sketchy. Let's face it. It is a P-shaped distribution though, but we have some volume nodes in here, right? You know, these volume nodes haven't really filled out. We'll see if we do or not. The retracement right now is just ordinary. I mean, there's nothing to get too excited about. As a matter of fact, if I drew a fib, which I could easily do if I could find my fib retracement tool, I would do it from that London initial balance low all the way up to the current existing candle high, not the previous, but the existing candle high. And we're not even at 23.6% retracement yet. So crude caught a bit and is moving strongly to the upside for whatever reason. Right now, talk of $50 crude. I don't know. This is looking pretty strong right now. A lot of big numbers. We have a big number in platinum. Let's take a peek at platinum, up almost 5%. Let me move this window out of the way. Let's go to a daily chart. And we could see we're almost to that magical 1500 level, psychological level. Tracy talks about it all the time. We're almost there. No wick at the top of this candle. This thing is moving. Hopefully we'll get a little bit of a news update on this palladium market from Shai a little bit later this afternoon. But again, orderly. Looks like the crude oil chart, except without that one big red candle retracement. We keep moving. We're breaking through call resistance, all the JAX numbers. And, you know, going forward here, there's nothing up here. But I guess black sky. I was going to say blue sky, but it's pretty much black sky. So this market is definitely on the move for sure, as gold is, as silver is. Let's shoot over to the Bitcoin, though, because I was very concerned about the Bitcoin yesterday. Right now, let's see if my fears are allied. They're not. We have kind of a doji looking like small body candle so far today. Inside bar, whether you're comparing bodies to bodies or wicks to wicks, this is an inside bar no matter what. We're pausing. We're sitting right on that 50 EMA, just south of the 21 EMA. It almost looks like that 8 EMA wants to cross under. They're certainly converging, all three of these. So we'll see if we get that cross under, which could be bearish and, you know, actually complement these stochastics, which are also crossing under and separating quite rapidly here. So it's looking a little bearish here. I do have that, I don't know, I'm going to call it a short-term fib, right, from these lows here, beginning of September, all the way to the session highs up here on the 18th. Slap the fib on there. I just wanted to see where we fit. Now, we didn't close. The only one piece of news that is actually okay if you don't want to be bearish is we didn't have a body of a candle close below the 61.8% retracement just yet. We're getting close. Small body candle right now, we're above 50% right now. 38's right above us here. So a little bit of consolidation, maybe uncertainty. We'll see if we get some movement in the Bitcoin. That is this afternoon's Edge Report. But I have a special announcement, so don't leave. We have a special announcement. I'm going to have mission control. Cut and paste the link. Another special thing we're doing tomorrow at 4 p.m. East Coast time, 3 p.m. Central time. Me and the fabulous Michael Burke are going to do a special event, and it's going to focus on tomorrow. It's a 3-part series. Wednesday is the first part of the 3-part series. We're going to focus on order entry using the NinjaTrader platform, the desktop platform. We already have a ton of people signed up. You could sign up with the link that Mission Control just put in, and you could even pre-send questions if you want. If you don't want to pre-send questions, that's okay. You can just ask them when you're in the chat. But we're going to cover the trading ladder, and we're going to cover the trading from the charts. We're going to talk about all the different ways to configure, set it as your preference, everything from MIT market if touched orders to trailing stops to bracket orders, multi-target bracket orders with trailing stops, breakout trades, the whole thing. We're going to cover how to do all that stuff at 4 o'clock on Wednesday afternoon. So if you get a chance, pop in and see us. We'd love to see you and answer to our best of our ability any questions that we could answer. Having said all that, thanks everybody for being here this morning. Great session, great contributors, great guests, great traders across the board. Really, really good show today. So looking forward to seeing everybody this afternoon, 2:30 East Coast time. Shai is kicking it off. So in the meantime, have a nice relaxing lunch, kick back a little bit, rest up, and we'll be good to go this afternoon. See you then.